waiting to go boom. His tipping point apparently was the Charleston church massacre. That's what inspired him to buy the gun.
A police officer murdered in the small town of Sunset, Louisiana, shot with his own gun, responding to a domestic violence call at a home where 3 women were stabbed. 1 died. The suspect, the officer's cousin, fled to a store where a SWAT team arrested him. Can Wall Street continue to rebound? Futures are up big the morning after the Dow went up 619 points. Markets are also soaring overseas. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen live in London.
Dave, after dropping 20% in a week, today China's main index surging up 5%. In fact, there were gains across Asia, and the big markets here in Europe are all up 2 or 3% as well. This despite concerns about the long-term health of the Chinese economy. So the reason for the rebound? Perhaps comments from the head of the New York Federal Reserve suggesting a US interest rate is less likely because of that Chinese instability. Dave?
Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Cloudy skies, 58 degrees. Winds are calm. Humidity up just a bit on this clear morning. 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. I'm Mike Scott. A man is dead. 3 others hurt after shootings in a park on Chicago's west side. Police say someone opened fire yesterday around 10:30 in the morning when many were on that playground at Horan Park on West Van Buren Avenue. 1 person was shot in the head, declared dead at a nearby hospital. Officers say a man shot in the stomach was hospitalized in serious condition. 2 others in good condition this morning. A former Illinois U.S. representative is turning over more than 10,000 financial records to the U.S. government for review. Aaron Schock's attorneys argued in court yesterday charges should be dismissed against their client for not complying with a subpoena. 4 Chicago firefighters are hospitalized. They battled a 3-alarm blaze in Old Town yesterday. Fire sparked at the Adobo Grill near Wells and North Avenue. Of course, that is a famous intersection. Investigators say the incident caused by an accident in that kitchen spread to the Second City Comedy Club and their offices. Canceled their remaining shows yesterday. Other stores in the area evacuated. There was some memorabilia lost to Second City in that fire. Man charged with the murder of his girlfriend in Crest Hill, Laura Gonzalez, according to police, was found unresponsive in an apartment in the southwest suburb after officers did a well-being check. A traveling artist accused of the rape of a woman after meeting outside of a concert venue in Chicago, Samuel North, according to police, and the female victim were hanging out in the back of his van when the suspect allegedly pinned the woman down and attacked her. Chicago Board of Education passes a budget based on major borrowing with the hope the state of Illinois will come through with additional funding. The $5.7 billion spending plan passed on Wednesday contains a $19 a year increase for the owner of a home in the city of Chicago worth about $250,000, as well as teacher and staff layoffs. Ron Chico Mackey, a longtime member of the Chicago Blackhawks and a member of their 1961 Stanley Cup championship team, has died. He was 76. Chicago sports, Boston over the White Sox, 3-0. San Francisco over the Cubs, 4-2. MLS, Fire beat New York, 3-2. The news service of Unbound. At Unbound, they believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable members. Learn more at unbound.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
On Wednesday, September 16th, the Republican presidential candidates are heading to Hollywood for their second debate, and AM 560 is rolling out the red carpet. Join us for Big Issues on the Big Screen, a debate watch party at the Hollywood Palm Cinema in Naperville. Watch the debate on the big screen. The best way to get tickets? Buy a ticket to Freedom Summit Chicago 2015 and get a free ticket to Big Issues on the Big Screen. Go to freedomsummitchicago.com for details. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-433-7114. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-433-7114. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-433-7114. That's 1-800-433-7114.
5:06. Markets in Asia have wrapped up their day of trading. China's main Shanghai Composite up 5.3%, while Hong Kong's Hang Seng was up, as was Tokyo's Nikkei. We'll see what effect that has on the European markets throughout the morning. And we'll see if that has any impact at all on our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. Right now, not too much in the way of bear markets. Things look good on the roads. All the overnight road work on the expressways and tollways is pretty much gone or in the process of clearing. No incidents, crashes, or delays to report at the moment. There is some ongoing work in the Arlington Heights Elk Grove Village area on Arlington Heights Road at the Adams Tollway. The full closures are wrapped up. 2 left lanes are blocked in each direction on Arlington Heights Road at I-90 till 6 this morning. Riverside starting today. Harlem closes between 34th and Burlington for some rail crossing work scheduled till the 4th of September. And the Cubs are on the road, but there is a concert tonight at Wrigley Field, 8 o'clock, Billy Joel, so you will have traffic there. Traffic is a service of Cabela's. Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are going on now. Spend $150, get $25 in Cabela's bucks, good towards your next purchase. See store for details. Don't miss their biggest sale and event of the season, going on now at Cabela's. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Those who want to travel through my front yard in Riverside because of that little train problem, I've got the stop sticks out. Don't do that. We all do. Chicago's Morning Answer comes your way next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, of course, is a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, partial sunshine, high 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 59. Some sun, then clouds tomorrow with a high 79 and a late night shower, low 66. Couple of showers and a thunderstorm later Saturday, humid with a high 79. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
56 at O'Hare, 58 along Chicago's lakefront, and wait for it, 47 in Aurora this morning. Next news at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Anti-Seize Technology, maker of hundreds of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for industry. Go to astforindustry.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
What happened today was unlike anything so many of us can remember. A murder on live TV, the video almost immediately surfacing online, and then compounded by shocking videos of the incident from the killer himself, posted on social media while he was on the run.
Magnified by technology, this is the latest workplace homicide. Between 1997 and 2010, there were almost 900 committed by a coworker or former coworker. The difference this time is we could see it.
It breaks my heart every time you read about or hear about these kinds of incidents. What we know is that the number of people who die from gun-related incidents around this country dwarfs any deaths that happen through terrorism.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So when last we left you, which was about 9 o'clock yesterday.
Which was about 300 emails ago.
Yes, I read much of the correspondence that we received. It was, with a lot of reaction. But when we left you at 9 o'clock yesterday morning, This was a story, the Virginia shooting, of course, I'm talking about, was a story was just developing. It just really came over the transom about 8 a.m. yesterday with the report that the reporter and her cameraman had been murdered, that the lady that she was interviewing from the Chamber of Commerce was injured, was in surgery. She apparently is going to be okay. She's going to make it, which is one bright spot, I suppose, in all of this horror. And we didn't have an identity of the shooter. In fact, yesterday when when we were looking at this, but based on what you could see online at the time, you thought the shooter was
white.
Caucasian.
Yeah, I mean, from my monitor here,
Right.
it looked, and it was such a blurry picture. It looked as if he was a Caucasian man.
Well, this is why.
So I made a mistake there. That's,
well, I mean, this is why you gather facts as they become available before you draw conclusions. Because
I did get the mustache right, though. Sorry.
It's worth noting. But because you just don't know, you're trying to gather these things in real time. I mean, I remember the case, and I think I've mentioned this before, about Gabby Giffords. I was working for a different radio station at the time. We were working on the weekends on Saturday. This is when the Gabby Giffords shooting happened in Arizona. ABC News reported Gabby Giffords dead twice. And so we reported her dead twice based on what ABC News is reporting.
And then she came back to life.
Well, she was never dead.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the point.
No,
thankfully.
it happens.
And so,
Fluid situation.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot that you're trying to gather and assimilate, and so restraint is the better part of valor in these cases most of the time. But now we know Vester Flanagan, not a white guy. Now, I know David Axelrod is not ready yet to rule out Tea Party responsibility for the shooting because he likes to blame the Tea Party. Vester Lee Flanagan, though, is a gay black man, self-described, disgruntled employee with a track record of erratic behavior in newsrooms in which he worked and a track record of making unsubstantiated claims about racial discrimination in said workplaces.
Well, he grew up a Jehovah's Witness in California, and he talked about that in that 23-page suicide note or manifesto that he sent ABC News. And he started the document
Before or after the snuff films that he sent out while he was being chased by police.
All right, so after the shooting happened at around 6:30, at 8:30, he posted the videos, and then he faxed this to ABC News. And then at 10 a.m., he called ABC News in New York and said, I killed those two people. And he hung up. And according to Pierre Thomas, their investigative reporter, they called police right away and said, here's the phone. This is the phone number that it came from. And it was him that called ABC News. But basically, he just, he's crazy. He said he was inspired by the church shooting that happened. He claimed that he was friends with the Virginia Tech shooter. He claimed that he has been discriminated his whole life because he is a gay black man. And that asks the question, so is this then, are they going to call it a hate crime? And they were labeling it already workplace violence, but he hasn't worked there in 2 years. And that's what the general manager said yesterday. He said, normally when we fire them or they, end their work time here, they move on. But he never moved on. He remained in an apartment in Roanoke, Virginia. And I guess, he just said that he was a powder keg waiting to explode.
Well, and we should close the loop on this, too. After he posted the videos, he then shot himself, crashed his car, and later died. In terms of the incidents, when he was fired from the Virginia TV station in 2013, his bosses called 911 because of his volatile behavior. An incident that was captured on camera by Adam Ward, the photographer who he murdered.
And he hated Adam Ward. He wrote in this manifesto because Adam Ward took him to HR on the very first day that they worked together.
When he was fired, Flanagan, who went by the nom de plume Bryce Williams on air, said, I'm not leaving. You're going to have to call the effing police. Call the police. I'm not leaving. I'm going to make a stink, and it's going to be in the headlines. According to one former manager, Dan Dennison, Flanagan terrified employees so much they took shelter in a locked office. He repeated his feeling that firing him would lead to negative consequences for me personally and for the station. Flanagan handed Dennison, his former manager, a small wooden cross and warned him, you'll need this, 2 years ago.
So this person obviously was not stable, and I made a mistake.
Let's no. Before we get to that, I'm not on board with necessarily crazy, necessarily mentally ill, perhaps. But here's one of the things the left is always unwilling to confront, and it's evil. And they're unwilling to confront evil because they think they can perfect humanity. And they can't. And evil is in our midst. Whether you use fertilizer to blow up a federal building in Oklahoma City, or a gun, or box cutters to take over an airplane, evil exists. And so, yes, do we have a mental illness problem, and how we handle the mentally ill? We absolutely do. Illinois is kind of ground zero for that. But I don't think we should always just assume crazy. Some people are just evil incarnate.
So you don't think that this was a mental illness? You think? I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. That he's crazy, or how do you want him labeled? I mean,
what's the psychological diagnosis? I mean, perhaps he had a persecution complex of some sort, since he was making claims that were unsubstantiated, filed a racial discrimination lawsuit against a former employer that was dismissed. Perhaps that plays into it. But I always want to raise the specter of evil in these situations, because I think it's just too easy to pretend that if we ban guns, as Hillary and Barack said yesterday, of course they did, if we get people the proper psychiatric care, then we can create a world without consequences. We can create a world where these incidents don't happen. And I think part of the conversation, not all of it, but part of it needs to be about the existence of evil in our world.
But how do we stop evil? I mean, the station managers did the right thing when they had all these HR complaints, and the general manager said he was picking on people to start a fight with. They did the right thing. They documented everything, and they let him go. They got him out of the newsroom because he was so toxic and evil. But then where do you go from there? The station has no more responsibility to monitor his behavior.
Of course not. I mean, to some extent, we ask these questions in the wake of horrific events like this, unbelievable violence, and we don't come up with good answers, maybe because the answers are not that obvious. They're not that easy. There's only so much any of us can do, and again, to borrow from the shadow, what evil lurks in the hearts of men, you don't know. It is not always obvious. It is not always easy, even if you have suspicion, to do something that will forever prevent someone from doing what Flanagan did. I just think that there's a certain arrogance about believing that we can turn some dials and pull some levers and make sure these events never happen again. I just think it doesn't bear out based on a lot of the evidence.
He should have never been able to buy a gun in the first place. That's the problem. But how
based
do you
on what?
Based on his behavior at work.
Well, erratic behavior. I got in a fight with my employer or employees at work, so I shouldn't be able to buy a gun.
When people are hiding and he hands them a cross and says, "You're going to need this someday," that might be a telltale sign that he's not stable.
Okay, so how does the government discern that? Because if you're talking about precluding someone from gun ownership, you're talking about the government making a judgment call. So if I get into a heated exchange with an employee, that employee runs to the state police and says, revoke his CCW permit because we had an argument. You want the government in the position of saying that argument rises to the level of precluding and this argument doesn't? Criminal behavior, yes. But we're not talking about criminal behavior. They called 911 out of precaution, but he was not charged with anything. It's
that's
not
the difference. Then they should have charged him because for harassment or maybe assault or something.
Well, apparently they didn't believe that there was anything to charge him for. This is the point. It's not so easy to say. It's very easy to say he should have never had a gun. Well, obviously, in retrospect, he bought a gun 2 days. He bought a gun in June.
Right. He said my name in his manifesto in the suicide note. He said, "Why did I do it? I put down a deposit on the gun on June 19th. The church shooting in Charleston happened on the 17th.
Right.
Because he was so angry by the church shooting.
So the waiting period with a cooling off period, that was 2 months ago. How long should the cooling off period be before you can purchase a gun, Hillary or Barack?
He said in his note, too, that Jehovah had told him to commit the 2 murders.
Ed in Oak Brook, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
You know what, Dan? I'm a pro-gun guy all the way and a Second Amendment guy. But in this particular case, there's no way in hell that this guy should have been anywhere near a gun. We all know that now. But you know what? It's time to start making judgment calls based on the whatever evidence we might have. Some people should not have guns.
Of course.
I'm firmly convinced of that right now after this guy's wacky behavior. And Amy is absolutely right. There is a history of this guy, I guess, which to report. I didn't read this myself.
3 stations.
But there's a history of this guy having issues. So you know what? He should have been on some kind of a list that this guy should not have a gun or anywhere near
Yeah,
it.
I mean,
not even a knife.
Thanks for the call, Ed. I just think, hard to work with. Doesn't play well with others. What list is that, and who keeps that list?
But anybody can say that about anyone
Correct.
in a workplace. I look at you the wrong way. I'm hostile.
Right.
I mean, but this, Dan, he did take it to a next level because I've been there in newsrooms when people get fired. I've seen the police come in Tucson and in El Paso and escort them out. It never to the level of what you described, how he gave a cross to his boss saying you're going to need this someday, and how people were hiding from him.
That does take it to a different level, and I'm not saying that perhaps in retrospect, I'm not holding anyone responsible that was a former employer or colleague, but in retrospect, yes, maybe more could have been done because he was so hostile, was so aggressive, was so unbalanced. But I mean, just this idea as a policy matter, we're going to start keeping a list of people who get in altercations, verbal altercations at work, or terminated from multiple jobs, or deemed difficult to work with by multiple employers, and we're going to have the government keep a list that negatively impacts their constitutional rights. It's just a dangerous place to go. It's just not so easy to draw those parameters. That's all I'm saying.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Chilly start to the day. Feels like mid-November. 47 degrees in Aurora right now. We're going up to a high, though, of 75 degrees under mostly sunny skies. Then tomorrow, some sunshine giving way to clouds, but it will be warmer. We're going to have a high near 80 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. At least there's no Oktoberfest traffic yet. There will be traffic on the north side tonight. Cubs are on the road, but there's a concert at Wrigley Field, and the Sox are home on the south side, too. Right now, the expressways and tollways look great. The inbound Ryan starting to get a little bit heavy approaching downtown Chicago. Inbound Bishop Ford just a little heavy approaching the Murr. No real significant delays yet. There is a traffic light outage downtown Chicago right at Dearborn and Wacker. Careful there. There's road work on Arlington Heights Road at the Adams Tollway. That continues till 6 this morning. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
When it comes to fixing things around the house, plumbing can be a real problem. But like any other problem, if you fix the underlying cause, then the problem goes away. If you've got low water pressure in your shower, sink, or washing machine, then the underlying cause is almost always your rusted and corroded pipes. The solution is to repipe your home by replacing those old clogged pipes with new, high-quality copper pipes. I'm Jeff Butler, owner of Repipe Specialists. We've been solving this problem by giving people brand new pipes and great water flow in their house for over 2 decades. In celebration of this 20 years, for a limited time, we're offering something we have never done before, and it's just for our Illinois customers. When you repipe the hot pipes in your house with us, we'll throw in all the cold water pipes and the patching for free. Plus, you still get a lifetime guarantee. So call now, 800-737-4746. That's 800-REPIPING. Get a hot side repipe and then get the cold side and the patching for free. 800-737-4746.
If you're suffering from hearing loss, then turn up your radio because you'll want to hear this life-changing offer. Right now, you have the chance to hear things again more clearly and crisply than you ever imagined. Absolutely risk-free. You heard me right. Now you can try an amazing, life-changing technological breakthrough called Listen Clear and hear everything, absolutely risk-free. We'll even give you free shipping and free batteries for life, but you must call now. 1-800-300-3391. Listen Clear is precisely engineered by audiologists to fit your ear almost invisibly, and you can adjust it to hear more clearly wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Listen Clear is lightweight and practically invisible, so nobody will even know you're wearing it. Now you can hear everything with Listen Clear. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-300-3391. That's 1-800-300-3391. 1-800-300-3391.
Think you're fat? You might just be bloated. Find out by calling now for a risk-free trial of new Biotics. the new breakthrough that flattens bloated bellies fast. For a risk-free trial, call 1-800-550-1388.
I used to be plagued by potbelly and constant bloating. After taking New Biotics, my belly flattened and continues to get flatter. My sense of bloating and discomfort is gone.
If you've got a big belly, you might not be fat. You might just be bloated. New Biotics is scientifically formulated with natural ingredients to flatten bloated bellies fast by cleansing pounds of rotting food and toxic sludge from your body. It even combats periodic heartburn and acid reflux. So just think how much better you'll look and feel. Think you might be bloated? Call now for a risk-free trial of New Biotics and see how much flatter it makes your belly. You might be surprised. But hurry, call now for details while these risk-free trials last. 1-800-550-1388. That's 1-800-550-1388. 1-800-550-1388.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, we're talking about the Virginia shooting. I should note, it's just because it's a poignant thing. It's a sad thing, but Chris Hurst, the anchor that Parker, Allison Parker.
Yeah, she just moved in with him 2 weeks ago.
He posted on Facebook, we were together almost 9 months. It was the best 9 months of our lives. We wanted to get married. We just celebrated her 21st birthday. She was the most radiant woman I ever met. And he tweeted that he's just numb right now. We're talking about Vester Flanagan and what was known about him and what should have been known. And was there any way to preclude him from getting a gun? Was there any way to stop what occurred yesterday? You know, the questions we often ask ourselves in the wake of events like this. And we're talking about what we knew about him because of his erratic behavior through his employment history, including with that station outside Roanoke. But a former news producer for his said this about Flanagan. The biggest dork I ever met in my life, but he was a really nice guy. A horrible reporter, but really nice. The fact that he kept his job was because he was an African-American gay man. That's pretty hard to say no to. So,
I watched his demo reel yesterday. He wasn't that horrible.
Well,
he had great camera presence, and the stories that I saw weren't that bad.
The point is that even with his erratic behavior and his uneven work history, you still have people that are saying, well, he was a nice guy. I could have never seen him doing this. So again, I go back to this idea of like tracking incidents at work and somehow those incidents being reported to some government body, law enforcement, such that you're going to have law enforcement or some other government body decide whether or not you're still entitled to your constitutional rights. Dangerous business.
Yeah, and they said that he was a dangerous man. Here's Jeff Marks, who's the station manager.
Eventually, after many incidents of his anger coming to the fore, we dismissed him. And he did not take that well. We had to call the police to escort him from the building.
And as you mentioned, people were hiding, and he gave a cross to one of his bosses.
Saying you're going to need that.
Yeah.
Not in a good way, like Jesus saves.
Not like, this will help you calm your heart. No.
One other point about Vester Flanagan I'd like to make, because you'll never hear this from the left. Vester Flanagan, gay black man, is no more a man of the left, even though he was reprimanded for wearing an Obama sticker on Election Day while he was employed as a reporter. He was no more a man of the left than Dylan Roof is a man of the right. Unfortunately, the left only believes the former part of what I just said. He does not represent gay people. He does not represent black people. He does not represent people that are left. I just wish the left could adopt such a sensible understanding of not over-extrapolating from one person who is either mentally ill or evil or some combination of the two to impugn millions and millions of people who have nothing to do with the behavior of one individual. Greg in Brookfield, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good.
I agree with Dan totally. I think Amy's off the mark on this. People are evil. There are evil people in this world, and you'll never know who they are how they act out. And the sad thing is that you've got a lot of the electorate in this country thinking and believing in this left philosophical idea that people can be corrected, people can be changed. Evil is evil. It's going to act out. You never know when.
And we don't know.
Like Dan said, you you had some people that said this guy was a raving lunatic, and then another guy that said, hey, he was a nice guy. He wasn't very good at what he did, but where do you draw the line? And if you want the state to get involved in deciding who is sane and who is insane, that's insane.
Thanks for
Yeah,
the
well,
call.
neighbors will be
Greg.
snitching on each other if you piss them off.
We'll be talking more about the Virginia shooting all morning. Also, later in the show, we're going to be joined by the news editor from the Roanoke Star-Sentinel. More after we check the news with Mike Scott.
Cloudy and 59 degrees. Winds are calm. A series of convulsive market retreats around the world seems to have ended this morning. For now, China's stock market index today surged 5.3%, its biggest gain in 8 weeks. Fast-moving tropical storm Erica closing in on Antigua and Barbados, dumping huge amounts of rain on the eastern Caribbean on a path expected to take it by Puerto Rico later in the day and then headed toward the coast of Florida. A grand jury in Santa Clara County, California, late yesterday indicted former Bear and San Francisco 49er defensive lineman Ray McDonald on one count of rape of an intoxicated person. The announcement came yesterday with the indictment stemming from an incident December 15th at the McDonald home. The property this morning outside the studios of WDBJ Television in Roanoke, Virginia, has turned into a tribute to slain reporter Allison Parker and cameraman Adam Ward. Early yesterday, Parker and Ward were gunned down during a live interview by a disgruntled former reporter who recorded that killing himself. Later, Franklin County Sheriff Bill Overton says Virginia State Police stopped the suspect, Vester Flanagan, on Interstate 66.
The suspect from this incident, this shooting, died at Fairfax and Nova Hospital in Northern Virginia as a result of a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
The woman Parker was interviewing was also wounded. Flanagan posted about that shooting on social media. He later shot and killed himself. Jeffrey Marks is the general manager of WDBJ Television and says Flanagan was fired after working at the station for about 2 years.
He was sort of looking out for people to say things that he could take offense to.
Marks added Flanagan was fired after showing several displays of anger. A Louisiana police officer and a woman are dead following a shooting and stabbing in the town of Sunset. Police say two of the two injured, one is in critical condition this morning. St. Landry Parish Sheriff Bobby Guidrose says an officer was shot while responding to the call of those stabbings.
The stabbing happened at the St. Anderson Street address in Sunset, where the officer responded to the complaint of a stabbing. 2 people were stabbed. The Sunset police officer, was shot by the individual. The individual then got into his vehicle and drove to the Exxon Mini Mart.
Officer Henry Nelson was shot when he arrived at the scene of those reported stabbings. A man is dead, 3 others hurt after shootings in a park on Chicago's west side. One man was shot in the head and declared dead at a nearby hospital. 4 Chicago firefighters are hospitalized after battling a 3-alarm blaze in Old Town that turned out to be inside the offices of the Second City Comedy Club, which canceled its remaining shows yesterday. Chicago Board of Education has passed a budget based on huge amounts of borrowing and hopes the state of Illinois will come through with additional funding. Boston beat the White Sox 3-0. San Francisco over the Cubs 4-2. The news a service of Cabela's and their fall great outdoor days going on now. Spend $150 and get $25 in Cabela's bucks, good toward your next purchase. See store for details and don't miss their biggest sale and event of the season going on now at Cabela's. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229. 3229.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
You have the AC on, but part of your house, maybe a room, maybe an entire area, is too hot or maybe even too cold. The problem's been there for a while and you just put up with it. Well, it's time to find out why that's happening and maybe fix it.
This is Terry Van Summeren. My company is Air Right Heating and Cooling. Our name says it all. Let's get the air right.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is offering a special deal right now for just $98. They will come to your home and find out why that area or room is too hot or too cold. You pay a lot for your AC. And you shouldn't have to put up with the problem. Sometimes the fix is simple. For just $98, Air Right will find out why you have the problem. So find out how you can get your air right now. Go to getmyairright.com. Getmyairright.com. Tell them you want the special offer to get your air right. Just $98 to get the comfort back. Want to call them? 888-589-8584. 888-589-8584. Air Right. Decades of helping Chicagoland get the air right.
At Galaxy, they'll help make the house you have into the home you love. Right now, get kitchen or bath cabinets, 2 for the price of 1. Contact Galaxy 773-783-8300 or GalaxyHome.com.
This message is for home intruders, the cowards who break into people's homes to steal their hard-earned property, criminals who shatter lives and rob people of their privacy and security. Listen very carefully. We're the home security experts at LiveWatch, and we're taking you down. Because we're letting everyone try our newest home security system for 1 full year in their home. To take advantage of this amazing offer, call now 1-800-500-9903. LiveWatch has been helping protect homes for years, and we've learned the secrets that intruders like you don't want people to know. Criminals, it's time for you to be afraid, because every person who calls will be protected against cowards like you. To the criminals listening, we're taking you down. To those who want to help protect their homes, call the security experts to try the LiveWatch security system. There are no long-term contracts, and if you're not completely satisfied, you can cancel at any time. Try LiveWatch now by calling 1-800-500-9903. That's 1-800-500-9903.
537 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center, the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And Bridgeview, there's a crash, 79th and Roberts. Inbound Bishop 4, a little slow now. Cottage Grove to the Ryan. Inbound Ryan, then slow from the Cermak to the Burns Circle. 18 minutes, 95th to downtown. Major work is scheduled again this weekend at the Circle, affecting the inbound Eisenhower and westbound Congress, which will be set to close Friday night. Then you'll have the Ryan and the Kennedy down to 1 lane once again in each direction. Right now, elsewhere, the expressways and tollways look good. Traffic is a service of the Milwaukee Airport. With all the major U.S. airlines, great fares, lots of nonstops, parking as low as $7 a day. The Milwaukee Airport makes travelers happy even before they check in. Visit flymke.com, or why Milwaukee's airport is the O'Hare alternative. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Partly sunny, pleasant, warmer today, highs 75. Currently 56 at O'Hare, 58 along Chicago's lakefront, 48 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, nothing else has been working for Hillary. So
she came in early for her vacation to go back to Iowa. She was decided to head back to the Hawkeye State because she needed to get on the campaign trail.
Well, it's much more desperate than that. She has come close to now trying kind of a makeshift apology.
saying Wednesday, I know people have raised questions about my email use to Secretary of State, and I understand why. I get it. So here's what I want the American people to know.
All right, I'm ready.
My use of personal email was allowed by the State Department. It clearly wasn't the best choice. I should have used 2 emails, one personal, one for work. I take responsibility for that decision. I want to be transparent, blah, 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 blah. Then the normal talking points. So this is this is the best you're going to get in terms of Hillary ultimately taking responsibility for her behavior at state, at least until she is arrested and prosecuted. We'll see if that happens. Here's another interesting story on this topic of Hillary emails kind of developing, because we've talked about this before, the FBI investigating those in her inner circle, and this is how you do a criminal investigation. You start at the lower rungs of the ladder, and you try and work your way up. Her inner circle, we've talked a lot about Mrs. Carlos Danger, as I like to call her, Uma Abedin.
How's that marriage going? Do you think they see each other a lot? Because she's always with Hillary. I never see her with him.
I think they're very.
How's that baby doing, too?
I think they're very happy. And I'm sure Carlos Danger is a wonderful father.
Misdemeanor wiener.
Cheryl Mills, her former chief of staff, they have been characterized as being in some jeopardy. Here's the other one, though, that's very interesting. And if this guy goes down, he could be the linchpin for Hillary. And this guy is the consigliere to the Clinton crime family, David Kendall, their longtime attorney. Hillary Clinton's personal attorney, David Kendall, says he had a top-secret security clearance granted by state in order to review information related to the Benghazi investigation, but a senior Republican senator insists the clearance didn't give the lawyer authority to hold Clinton's most sensitive emails. So Charles Grassley and Kendall are going back and forth on this. Drawing the consigliere in is a good way to kind of topple the hillbilly house of cards that is Clinton Inc. It's very, very interesting. And, of course, all of this is against the backdrop of Joe Biden openly ruminating a presidential run. And there was a good question that was asked in a piece in The Atlantic in terms of Joe Biden's calculus with respect to his decision as to whether or not to run. What if Biden knows something about Democratic frontrunner Hillary Clinton that the rest of us don't?
That's why he's going to be the placeholder, because she's going, they know, I believe, because these people are cold and calculated, and they're all about power. And Obama and Valerie Jarrett, they know that she is going to go down. That's why they're having Joe Biden run. But Joe Biden needs to decide. And right now he's still undecided because he's still grieving the loss of his son. That's no, that's what they came out yesterday. And he said that he's still undecided and he doesn't know. He's got to sit down with his family and talk to them to see if they can emotionally handle a presidential run.
He's not undecided.
You don't think so?
No. He's in.
And Hillary yesterday said he should be given space to make up his mind.
Oh.
She was very snarky. It was her explanation yesterday in Iowa about him possibly running was just such a turnoff. It was disgusting.
They care so much for one another. They're so concerned about each other. It's very
manufactured
heartwarming.
Emotions. He should be given the space to make up his mind.
Absolutely. Look, there are things.
Vice President Biden's a friend of mine.
There are things to Hillary Clinton much more important than political power, like Joe Biden's well-being, don't you know?
No, she said he's a friend of mine. We were colleagues in the Senate. I worked with him as First Lady. I worked with him in President Obama's first term. And I have a great deal of admiration and respect for him. I think he has to make what is a very difficult decision for himself and for his family. And we should have the space and opportunity. He should be given that to decide what he wants to do. Are you kidding me? That's why she ran back on the campaign trail, because she was nervous about Joe Biden.
That sentiment, as lovely as it is authentic, I am.
Did you like my imitation of Hillary?
Deeply moved by Hillary. But this, the piece in The Atlantic that asked the question, what does Joe Biden know about Hillary that we don't know, makes the point that Biden forged many relationships during his long tenure in the Senate, and the State Department is chock full of longtime Biden friends and former aides. In fact, the current Deputy Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, is a former senior staff member to Joe Biden. He was the staff director of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and a senior advisor to its senior member, Joe Biden, at the time. So maybe he knows more about the contents of those Hillary emails as they're pouring through them than, say, does a federal district court judge or certainly the American public. It is an interesting thought. And I think, frankly, that sentiment that you just offered up from one Hillary Clinton, that sentiment is going to go away very, very quickly when Joe Biden enters this race because...
Well, how's she going to attack her friend and do it tactfully and professionally?
He's trying to stop history.
Oh, that's right. Unless he has a vice presidential candidate who's a woman. Because remember, he said that if he did, he told his friends over the weekend, if he did run, it would only be for one term.
Yes.
And one term only, Dan.
Yes. Nothing like announcing you're going to deleverage. That's sort of a real smart play. That's silliness. He's just trying to blunt the age question, of course.
Okay.
Dana Milbank, leftist, but makes an interesting point in his piece in the Washington Post. That Biden probably won't beat Clinton, but he should run anyway. And this is interesting coming from a leftist like Milbank. Why does he want Biden to run even though he won't beat Hillary? Because he could make the race more attractive to a dozen or more Democrats who chose to pass on the race, but may reconsider if Biden gets in there and scrambles up the race. So, for example, maybe Elizabeth Warren, in Dana Milbank's dream, maybe Elizabeth Warren doesn't join the Biden ticket. Maybe Elizabeth Warren is coaxed into running herself if the race gets scrambled up on the Democrat side like it is scrambled up on the Republican side. Just interesting kind of calculations, suggestions, hopes, dreams, and aspirations coming from people on the left as Hillary is trying to pull out of her political death spiral. Kevin in Libertyville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I've been reading the tea leaves here for the last couple of weeks, and I can make a couple of pronouncements. Number one, I know for sure Hillary will not be the Democratic primary representative. Number two,
why is that?
Well, I'll tell you why. Not a couple things, real small, but during the Republican debate, Carson said, when asked the question about his Democratic rivals, and he said Hillary Clinton, he says, I don't even think she'll be in it. I mean, he's a smart man. He knows. But more importantly, when Obama came out and essentially endorsed Biden, he knows that Hillary has nothing on him on Benghazi. Because for him to make that statement, he's going to know in advance that Hillary will turn right around and stab him in the back if she goes against him. Obama's comfortable enough to know that he can go ahead and support Biden, but he knows that the Democratic children are going to be so petulant when they take their shiny toy away. The only thing that will stop them and soothe them is giving them another shiny toy, which is going to be Biden and runs with premise.
All right. Yes. Okay. Thanks for the call, Kevin. It's interesting too. The reaction to the non-endorsement announcement. You know, he may make an endorsement. He may not. Encouraging Joe Biden in the race. The reaction from Hillary is to damn Obama with faint praise. All of a sudden, she's waving the flag for the Obama regime. Very interesting response. And then you had this from Chris Kirby, who's the spokesman for the State Department. Listen to his response to Mika's question on Morning Joe yesterday. This is why people don't trust Hillary Clinton, and this is why Joe Biden is entering the race. This is also why Donald Trump is doing so well. Listen to this exchange.
First of all, did anyone approve of Hillary Clinton using a private email account or a server? Just yes or no?
Well, look, I mean, these kinds of things are under review and investigation right now, so I'm really not at liberty to go into too much detail about the past. That's all getting looked at.
Is that question under review and investigation, whether or not it was approved?
All of the parameters surrounding the use of that server and the email traffic that existed, that all that's being reviewed both by our Inspector General as well as members of Congress. And so I don't want to get ahead of that. We're going to let the facts take us where they take us, and then we'll deal with it on the back end of that.
Positively Soviet in his response. I mean, he came on Morning Joe to tell everyone that he doesn't know anything.
Right. Why
Thanks
even
for
go
joining
on?
us.
I mean, did he owe somebody a favor or something? Why even bother? Why even bother getting out of bed so early in the morning for that?
I think he owes somebody a favor, and her name is Hillary Clinton.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
chilly start to our day. It's 49 degrees right now in Aurora. Ouch. Going up to a high, though, is 75 degrees under mostly sunny skies. Tomorrow, some sunshine giving way to clouds, but it will be warmer. A high near 80 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. There's also some fog in Aurora and other parts of the outlying areas, Joliet included. Visibilities in some parts down to about a quarter mile. Inbound Eisenhower now just a little heavy past Manheim. Inbound Stevenson, about a 3-minute delay from Central to Kedzie. Inbound Ryan has a 5-minute delay from the Stevenson into downtown. Bishop Ford, a little slow from 103rd to the Merge. Tollways are still fine. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Oh, summer is such a busy time of year at my house, from the kids home from school to people coming over for play dates. My carpet was starting to show some serious foot traffic. So I just had Executive Green Carpet Cleaning come to clean all my carpeted areas, and they look fabulous. Executive Green Carpet Cleaning has a different process from the big box companies that I used to use. When they came into my home, they used their own purified water, not water from my faucet. They pre-treated my carpets and used an environmentally green solution, salt-based, not detergent-based, which left no residue, which is so much safer for the boys and, of course, my precious kitties. Executive Green also cleaned 3 rooms for only $139 and didn't try to upsell me on anything. If you want your carpet to look brand new again like mine, and trust me, I should tweet out these pictures, the before and after is amazing. If you want your carpet cleaned by the best company, then call Executive Green Carpet Cleaning at 708-599-5151, 708-599-5151, or schedule online at executivegreencarpetcleaning.com. That's executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. They really are just like your original ones. What you probably don't know is that not all implants are the same quality, and there are a lot of unqualified people doing implants.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it. So I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. You'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
What could you do with an extra $500, $1,000, or even $1,500 per month? How would that change things for you? Would you buy a new car, pay off bills, or just feel a bit more secure about your retirement? What if I told you there may be a way to make your dreams a reality? I'm talking about trading and investing in the market. Now, before you say, oh no, that's not for me, just hear me out. I want to invite you to a free trading and investing class so you can check this out. And right now, if you call in and mention offer Radio 50, Online Trading Academy will comp the class and even send you home with a free $247 home study program. Call right now and reserve your seat while space is still available. Call 888-601-TRADE. Call 888-601-TRADE. Mention offer Radio 50. Call 888-601-TRADE or online at otaclass.com. That's 888-601-8723 or otaclass.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
What did you say NBC News called a prospective Biden run?
Electrifying. NBC News just this morning said if Joe Biden runs, this will be, quote unquote, electrifying. That was the headline.
They mean that in the sense that he's just as likely to drop a toaster in the bathtub while bathing as he is to be president of the United States. We've got some reactions. Text from 708, Joe Biden can't find his car keys.
Oh, that's...
I mentioned Joe Biden's calculus in terms of running. Steve N88 texted the closest Joe Biden got to calculus was walking through the math department in college.
Give me a break.
Yeah. So not a lot of Joe Biden fans. One of the things Sideshow Donald does is make the race a little bit more entertaining than it would otherwise be. A lot more entertaining. And such that even members of the White House press corps are taking Donald's suggestions that were tongue-in-cheek, for example, banning teleprompters for use by candidates for president, and putting those questions to Josh Earnest, the White House spokesman, as Mark Knoller did from CBS News.
One more from the campaign trail. Donald Trump said yesterday he thinks that teleprompters ought to be outlawed. That's something that would affect the president adversely.
I don't have any. Well, I'll just. That's a tough one to respond to. I think. I think what I'll say is. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think what I'll say is I think certainly each of the candidates has an opportunity to choose how they deliver their remarks in public, and people are much more focused not on how they deliver their remarks, but actually the substance of their message. And I'm confident that's how all the candidates in both parties will be evaluated by the voting public in advance of Election Day.
How about that? So Josh Earnest, as much of a mope as his boss, got stumped by Trump by extension.
Where's the teleprompter for Josh Ernst?
Indeed.
Our leaders are stupid.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, foreign policy, teleprompters. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Opportunity Project called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions that we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies, and we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. Good interview this week with author of Unlock Congress, Michael Golden. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
With an increasing number of Illinois concealed carry instructors having their credentials revoked, don't leave your training to chance. Safer USA, Chicago's trusted name in firearm training, has trained almost 6,000 students to be responsible firearm owners. We're offering the most comprehensive Illinois concealed carry program available. Our program will actually prepare you to carry a firearm for personal protection, including firearm, holster, and ammunition selection, a comprehensive law review designed to keep you out of trouble, and even how to deal with home invasion. We provide the firearm, ammunition, holster, class notebook, and lunch. Safer USA and the Aurora Sportsman's Club invite you to participate in this one-of-a-kind Illinois concealed carry program. For more information, visit saferusa.com or call 877-954-3030. That's 877-954-3030. Safer USA, choosing to own a firearm is your business. Teaching you to own it responsibly is ours.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Ted Cruz and Megyn Kelly go at it over immigration, kind of a thinking man's version of Donald Trump, Ted Cruz is, and he demonstrates that with Megyn Kelly. We'll have that at 6:16.
And then my apology to Donald Trump and all of his fans. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, authorities investigating yesterday's fiery crash that killed 3 in Ingleside and 3 firefighters hurt battling the second city blaze. Outside, partly sunny, expected today, high 75. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. A vigil in Virginia for the two journalists murdered on live TV as a memorial grows outside their station in Roanoke. Candles, flowers, and balloons.
She texted me, "Good night, sweet boy," and that was the last that I had ever heard from her.
Hours later, Allison Parker was shot along with cameraman Adam Ward. Her boyfriend, Chris Hurst, is an anchor at their station, WGJB, and when he found out the gunman was a fired reporter...
Unfortunately, I was not surprised because he was someone who was known to people at the station for volatility.
Known on air as Bryce Mitchell, he killed himself after posting video of the murders and did some ranting. Fox News Radio's John Decker is live in Monetta.
This morning here in Monetta, Virginia, there is still disbelief over yesterday morning's deadly shooting. The families of Allison Parker and Adam Ward are piecing together their loss at the hand of a former coworker, Vester Flanagan. Flanagan's scheme began with a legal purchase of his gun 2 days after the Charleston church massacre in June. Flanagan, in a letter faxed to ABC News after yesterday's killing, said the shooting at the church after years of discrimination sent him, in his words, over the top. A third victim of the shooting, Vicky Gardner, has undergone surgery and is expected to recover. Dave?
John, a police officer murdered in Louisiana, shot in the small town of Sunset where people are stunned.
I never dreamed of this happening because we all know each other. Houses are clued here, you know, everyone knows one another.
Now, the suspect is the officer's cousin and then fled to a store where he was arrested by a SWAT team. Officer Henry Nelson was responding to a stabbing at a home that left one woman dead. Things are looking up again on Wall Street. Futures are surging the day after the Dow's huge 619-point rebound. Markets overseas are also up big, even in China, where that slumping market rose 5% overnight. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Partly cloudy, 57 degrees. At 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Authorities investigating what may have caused a fiery car crash in a far northwestern suburb of Chicago that left 3 people dead. Lake County Sheriff's Office investigating, saying a Kia Optima left the roadway around 2 a.m. yesterday morning. The vehicle hit a tree in Ingleside and became engulfed in flames. The victims have yet to be identified. No identification has been found on any of the 3 bodies. And most recently, the license plate attached to the Optima has been found not to belong to that vehicle. A man is dead and 3 others are hurt after shootings on Chicago's west side at Horan Park. Police say someone opened fire around 10:30. One man shot in the head, declared dead at a nearby hospital. Former Illinois U.S. Representative Aaron Schock turning over more than 10,000 financial records to U.S. government prosecutors for review. Schock's attorneys argued in court yesterday that charges should be dismissed against their client for not complying with the subpoena. 4 Chicago firefighters hospitalized after battling a 3-alarm blaze in Old Town. Fire sparked at the Adobo Grill near Wells and North and heavily damaged buildings and apartments tied to the Second City Comedy Club, which canceled its remaining shows yesterday. Some other stores in the area had to be evacuated. University of Illinois President Timothy Killeen is saying the school is studying what kinds of provisions they'll consider in future contracts with administrators. At least 6 U of I administrators have resigned under difficult circumstances since 2009, and often their contracts guarantee they can return to high-paying faculty jobs, paying out at least $200,000 a year. And it's a smell everyone knows but is not pleased with. And Cub fans, you may be responsible. Cub fans apparently are becoming infamous for urinating in public, according to recent reports from DNA Info in Chicago. Police arrest the most people for public urination near Wrigley Field and the Addison Red Line station. Boston over the White Sox, 3-0. San Francisco over the Cubs, 4-2. The news, a service of the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Someone you know is suffering from Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, and they're dealing with excruciating pain. Help someone you know and support the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation of America, ccfa.org. A check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager doesn't agree with the everyone gets a trophy culture.
This is another example of the cultural left coming up with a moronic idea because they believe in change. And, of course, self-esteem and feelings. How much would you be willing to bet that the overwhelming majority of parents who support giving every kid a medal or trophy are Democrats, and the overwhelming majority of those who oppose it are Republicans?
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Contour Next. Accuracy you can trust.
2 little tablets is all it takes to make your thin hair feel and look thicker and fuller, guaranteed. Viviscal is clinically researched to promote existing hair growth for men and women. You'll love your hair growth results, guaranteed. Viviscal is so effective, it's recommended by top doctors. Want to try Viviscal? Every listener that calls now gets a 90-day risk-free supply plus free shipping. Call now, 800-881-6190. 800-881-6190. That's 800-881-6190.
It is 6:08. Time to check the climate of your business with Air Comfort and time to check the roads. In our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Berwyn, there's a fire at a Walgreens, 6400 block of West Roosevelt. Roosevelt Road is closed right now at Ridgeland Avenue. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Manheim to First. 31 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Stevenson is 39 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford heavy at 23 minutes from 8094 to the merge. Traffic service of Think It Up. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, partly sunny and warmer, high 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 59. Tomorrow, some sunshine, giving way to clouds, high 79. A shower late tomorrow night, low 66. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
As we approach sunrise this morning, 52 at O'Hare, 59 along the lakefront, 46 degrees in Aurora. Your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Aging Info Radio. Heard Sunday mornings at 9, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
What happened today was unlike anything so many of us can remember. A murder on live TV, the video almost immediately surfacing online, and then compounded by shocking videos of the incident from the killer himself, posted on social media while he was on the run.
Magnified by technology, this is the latest workplace homicide. Between 1997 and 2010, there were almost 900 committed by a coworker or former coworker. The difference this time is we could see it.
It breaks my heart every time you read about or hear about these kinds of incidents. What we know is that the number of people who die from gun-related incidents around this country dwarfs any deaths that happen through terrorism.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, the Virginia shooting. Interesting, you heard that clip at the top. The difference with this shooting is we saw it. Peter Nikias, who covers crime in Chicago, wrote in the Chicago Tribune, posted on his Facebook, the internet had to see the fear on a woman's face as she realized she was about to die. And he goes on. But these consequences are usually out of sight for most Americans, he writes. Today, everyone saw what violence looks like, except the victims are usually a little younger and have darker skin. It's not often often on tape, so the reaction isn't so visceral. This is what violence feels like to people who see it happen. We can all say this now because we've seen it happen. I'm sorry everyone had to see those videos. I am. But also ponder that feeling you have in the pit of your stomach and the effect it might have on someone half your age who doesn't get to look away. Of course, referencing the systemic violence in neighborhoods on the west side and the south side of Chicago.
But where do we as a society draw the line? I mean, it was a shared national trauma. 40,000 people in Virginia near Roanoke watched it as it unfolded, and many heard the shots. People, some knew right off the bat, they were just shot. I mean, they're doing a feature story at a plaza.
Where do we draw?
And they got shot. Where do we draw the line? This guy was so cold and calculated. He had a phone, he had a camera, and he had a gun, and he recorded it, and he put it on social media. Some people are wondering, where's the dump button? Where was the delay button so that people didn't have to see that? I mean, everyone's playing Monday morning quarterback, but you rarely ever see a murder live on TV.
Yes, but it was an ambush. There was no way to know that. But there's the dump button. They didn't even know what was happening when it was happening. The issue: 40,000 people in the Roanoke area, hundreds of millions have seen it now because, of course, those videos go viral. But to your point about Vester Flanagan and how cold and calculating he was. This is why, when we were talking about this earlier, I suggest it is not so simple as to say, this dude is nuts. As one emailer sent to me, the dude was nuts. When others do this stuff, we say the person was nuts, N-U-T-Z. But some reason Dan doesn't want to admit this guy was crazy despite the evidence. This has nothing to do with right or left, so I even bring that up. Well, let me just address those 2 points. What evidence? We don't know this guy was nuts, which is, I don't believe, a technical psychological term. Number 2, think about it this way. Was James Holmes nuts?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
He was seeing a psychiatrist, and he was on medication. I would consider him mentally ill. I'd consider Jared Loughner mentally ill.
Were they found to be unable to understand right and wrong in the context of a court of law? No, they weren't. They were able to. They stood trial. There was no insanity defense for either one of those cases. So they were legally and morally culpable. Psychiatrists, experts, said they knew the difference between right and wrong. Do they have mental issues? I'm sure they do. But at the
they were hearing voices in their heads.
Well, some of them. We don't have any idea about Vester Flanagan.
Vester Flanagan.
Right. But if Vester Flanagan had not committed suicide, would he be facing multiple murder and attempted murder charges? And would he be tried and convicted? Yes, he would. He would not be found unfit to stand trial. So that's what I say when I'm talking about evil. And I'm talking about knowing the difference between right and wrong and being committed to do evil with a malice of forethought. That's what it seems to me we have here. And the evidence from our text emailer friend and from others is decidedly uneven.
Well, you can conjure up an opinion from the 23-page suicide letter that he sent to ABC News 2 hours after the shooting. He was raised a Jehovah Witness, and he said, as a Jehovah told me to commit 2 murders. I mean, it was a chilling letter that he said, he described how he was friends with the Virginia Tech. He was my boy, the Virginia Tech shooter. And he talked about Dylan Roof and that this was payback for those 9 black churchgoers. He also said that he was harassed because he was a gay black reporter, and that his whole life he has been, criticized and made fun of and teased because he's a gay black man, which we know from his former bosses, his former employers at Tallahassee TV station and this TV station he worked for in Roanoke, Virginia, that he had some anger issues. I mean, this guy, I think, was mentally ill. When they fired him, they had to call the police. When they fired him, the photographer, Adam Ward, who he later killed, captured the incident on tape. People are saying it online, too, that he shot Allison and Adam because Allison helped get him fired. And he also, when they fired him, people ran for cover and hid, and he handed his boss a cross that says, "You're going to need this." Yeah, and he also said, "You're not going to get me out of here. I'm not going to blank. You can call the blank police. I'm not leaving. I'm going to make a stink, and it's going to be in the headlines.
So we know he was violent and vengeful. We know he wanted to play the role of a victim. A lot of people are like that.
But he took it to a new level.
And it doesn't. Well, obviously he did.
Yes.
But the idea, as some of his former bosses says, that he was always looking to be offended. Do you know anybody like that? I know a lot of people like that. Do I think
looking for a money grab for a lawsuit?
Do I think that racial discrimination suit that was dismissed? Do I think that there's sociopaths, the people that I know that would fit that description? Do I think that they would they rise to the level of a person that would commit the murders that Mr. Flanagan committed? No, I don't.
What's the worst thing you've ever seen at work?
It's a little complicated. I'm just saying it's a little complicated.
It is.
Everybody wants to assuage their own insecurities and their fear by just saying nuts. And that's the end of the conversation. And I don't think it is. And by the way, as to this issue of why bring left or right up, do we pay attention to these events where you have these mass murderers, where you have these incidents of mass shooting? What does the left do? David Axelrod, who I reference all the time in these sarcastically because he was so reckless and irresponsible, David Axelrod suggested the Gabby Gifford shooter was effectively the work of the Tea Party or was instigated by the Tea Party. They said Sarah Palin, because she put crosshairs on congressional districts for candidates that she was supporting against incumbent Democrats. She fomented a culture of violence that led to the shooting of Gabby Giffords. These are members of Congress on the left, like Jan Schakowsky, who suggested that about Sarah Palin. So don't you dare tell me that we don't have the left play this left-right game. Dylan Roof, he's a man of the right. I said it earlier. I'll say it again. Vester Flanagan is no more representative of African Americans or gay people or the left than Dylan Roof is a representative of white people or conservatives. Simple as that. Let's focus on the individual event, their conduct. Their particular demographics are irrelevant. But that's not the view of the left, and it bears repeating.
Well, Jeff Marks, who's the station manager, talked about his erratic behavior.
Eventually, after many incidents of his anger coming to the fore, we dismissed him, and he did not take that well. We had to call the police to escort him from the building.
And he bought a gun, which he bought legally 2 days after the church shootings in Charleston. And he said that is what sent him over the top. And my hollow point bullets have the victim's initials on them.
George and Mokina, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. There we go again.
I know.
All right. These guys that have been creating all these problems, were the schools to this guy, are a product of society that we've created. We can't arrest them because we can't arrest them until they do something wrong. We can't call them nuts until they do something wrong. We have a mother who's begging to have her son looked at by the officials. The officials tell her, well, we can't do anything until he does something wrong. We created this society. So somewhere along the line, we have to get some sanity in this thing to where if someone says you're nuts, you're right, Dan, we do not want the government coming down on this because they will screw it all up. But we have to put this person on a list, so we can't at least get a weapon. We have to have him looked at by a psychiatrist so that someone outside of his boss or his mother or his school teacher, or in the case of Sandy Gifford, this guy here, I mean, the people knew he was crazy, his friends, but no one can do anything because, well, he hasn't committed a crime. But somewhere along the line, we have to have somebody take a look at these people, put them on a watch list to where they can't get a hold of a weapon legally, because you can't stop them illegally. I mean, they're going to let them out of society. If they want to get a hold of a gun.
And to
thanks for the call,
George's point, when he worked in Tallahassee, the boss said that he threatened to punch people out, and all of a sudden just started displaying bizarre behavior. And he said the coworkers were calling him monkeys and saying that blacks are lazy, and
that's what Flanagan said.
But his boss
and that
at
was
the time did
say,
well, they did settle with him out of court. So when he worked in Tallahassee, he filed a lawsuit with another African-American employee. They settled out of court.
Yes.
And then he went on to work in Roanoke, Virginia, and he sued them as well, but he was not successful.
Right. So
he's a pattern of bizarre behavior.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I would say is it's very interesting. It's reminiscent of the Paris train over the weekend and the 3 Americans that subdued that Moroccan terrorist. What did the one college kid say that was the friend of the 2 military people? Don't just sit there and watch. Do something. So I think that applies not just to an instance like what happened on that Paris train, but also if you are in the circle of someone like a Jared Lochner, who, as George from Okina mentioned, people knew was off center in a dangerous way, then there is essentially a requirement, a duty, not a requirement, but a duty, a moral duty to do something, to go to law enforcement, to make a ruckus, to say, I know somebody who needs help. I think he needs help to such extent that if he doesn't get help, he's going to do something violent, and at least bring it under the scrutiny of professionals.
Like when Jared Lochner, he went to Pima Community College, the students tried to turn him in, and they said, well, it's on his parents. The onus is on his parents. And then the parents, they didn't turn him in either. They didn't seek any help from him.
Nothing is fail-safe because unlike the left believes, you cannot imitize the eschaton. We cannot create heaven on earth. I hate to break it to people.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today. It will be warmer. You have a chilly start to the day, though. 50 degrees right now in Aurora, going up to a high of 75 degrees. Then tomorrow, sunshine giving way to clouds, a high of 79. Let's get the travel times. How's the inbound Kennedy, Jim?
Right now, it's still good, Amy. Good morning. 20 minutes, so here to downtown. Outbound 20 as well. It's getting heavier, though, so we'll see some delays soon. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Mannheim to Harlem. 34 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 32. Stevenson is 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, the crash past 111th, running about 23 minutes from 8094 to the Ryan. It's a busy morning for firefighters on the northwest side. Diversey is closed at Major, that's west of Central, with a blaze. And in Berwyn, Roosevelt Road is closed at Ridgeland. There's a fire at a Walgreens. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Get out and have some fun. Visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com for a fun night on the town. Grab your Sweet Caroline and make a date to listen to your favorite music. Direct from Branson, Missouri is Denny Diamond and the Jewels, featuring music of none other than Neil Diamond. Normally $76 for a luncheon show for 2. It's only $39 at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Or head downtown for some laughs. $22 will get you a pair of tickets to Comedy Sports Chicago. Or hit the waves and take advantage of the Sea Dog Extreme Thrill Ride or Lakefront Seaboat Cruise. A lake and architectural tour awaits you as well from Entertainment Cruise Lines. Find out all the information only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
At TIAA-CREF, our record sounds like a broken record. We got impressive results in 2013. And 2014, same thing. We're like, hey, weren't we just here? Then 2015, boom, more impressive results. That's the kind of record you'd expect from a company that's created to serve and built to perform. Intelligent investing, powerful results. Visit TIAA.org. TIAA-CREF, Individual and Institutional Services, LLC. Investing involves risk.
10,000 baby boomers a day are turning 65, and that's for the next 17 years. Tune in to Aging Info Radio this Sunday at 9 a.m. to catch conversations regarding healthy aging, elder care, boomer and senior lifestyles, wealthy retirement, and related topics to keep us all moving forward on our aging journey. So join Susie Zawacki and her guests on Aging Info Radio for boomers and seniors, aging but not growing old. Sunday mornings at 9 on AM 560. The Answer. Presented by ControlMyCare.info.
Every month, Heather Cook helps dozens of people file claims for life insurance bought through SelectQuote. The stories she tells are inspiring. Like this one about Joe, a 39-year-old research analyst. Joe was healthy, but with a wife and 2 sons, he realized he needed life insurance just in case. Joe called SelectQuote. His agent, Scott, shopped a number of highly rated term life companies, and though Joe's budget was tight, got him a $1 million policy he could afford. Last April, Joe died from heart failure. But thanks to his life insurance through SelectQuote, his family can keep the house and the boys can go to college. See how affordable SelectQuote can make just in case for you.
For a free quote,
Call 1-800-979-5539. 1-800-979-5539. 1-800-979-5539. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
AM 560, The Answer.
Rough day yesterday. I think I got about 300 emails or so, personal emails that came through the station, phone messages, because one person tweeted out the station's phone number and said call to get her suspended or removed because I made a mistake. This story hits close to home. I was one time a young blonde reporter like Allison Parker out on the street shooting stories. I worked in small markets. I worked in 4 smaller markets where it's a very vulnerable position that you're in. You're out there. You don't know who's coming up behind you. You're in a very vulnerable position. And so I felt for her and for Adam. They were called the A-Team, Adam and Allison, because they worked together every morning. They had just admiration for each other. They were very good friends. And so as a knee-jerk reaction, I said, because Donald Trump has been attacking the mainstream media, no one ever seems to stick up for the mainstream media. I equated what happened. Well, I equated what happened in Virginia, and I tweeted out, I wonder if Donald Trump is happy. I wasn't saying he was complicit in the murders, but that was misinterpreted along the way. And for that, anyone that I offended, I apologize, because I don't like to spend the day getting bullied online. And I want to read some of the cyber bullies. Amy, you should apply for Allison Parker's job. That was one of them. Amy, I bet you really did. Now I believe that you did hit that guy in his buddy scooter. That one kind of made me laugh.
That's funny. I wouldn't call that cyberbullying.
You're a bad mom. You're a horrible person. You blank blank. I hope you die. You even got the ethnicity wrong of the shooter. You're a hack. You're washed up. And you had sex with Scott Peterson. Which I tweeted back to the person, get your facts straight. You don't even know what you're talking about. And it wasn't the Drew Peterson case that I was dismissed from. But I think I was just at the breaking point with Donald Trump. And then when that happened, I let my emotions get the best of me. I put my feelings before the facts. And I will try. I cannot promise, but I will try very hard with your guidance, Dan, to make sure.
Don't put this on me.
Don't put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
Yeah.
I will try to make sure that never happens again. But I thank you all for caring and for emailing. And people were calling their friends saying, you've got to turn on the station. She's crazy. Listen to what she's saying. She's blaming Donald Trump for the shooting. And, I was wrong. I was completely wrong. And I just was so sickened by this story that it hit home because it happened on live TV, because there's thousands of reporters out there, up and coming reporters who, this is their passion. Those people they work with, they're not coworkers, they're family. When you're in small markets, you don't go on vacation ever. You always work weekends, nights, mornings. It's your entire life. And you spend holidays together, and that's why they become your family. And yesterday it was great because I got in touch with, people got in touch with me. I got in touch with them, photographers from El Paso and Tucson, and, remembering stories when we were almost shot at in South Tucson, and we were young. Gibby Potta, my photographer, 19. I was 22. And, you're just young, and you don't think that could ever happen. And it happened yesterday. So thank you for letting me have time to eat some crow.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Amy Jacobson, and I want to thank all the AM 560 listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever. But that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It's so important to get a great night's sleep. I can't live without mine. I even take it on vacations. It's American made, and when it gets dirty, just throw it in the washer and dryer. No need to take it to an expensive dry cleaner. So don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, and more. Plus, MyPillow is washable and keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code AMY. Do it now, 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code AMY, 800-489-0201.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you needed help refinancing after the Big Corner Bank messed up your loan, even though you've heard thousands of my ads telling you not to waste your time at the Big Corner Bank, you called me and I helped you. If you would like to talk to me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Carly Fiorina is on the march in New Hampshire and also against the debate rules that CNN has imposed. We'll have that when we talk to Alex Simendinger from RealClearPolitics.com at 6:36.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. A bit of a sigh of relief from China this morning and their main stock index bouncing back from big losses over the last 6 days that triggered worldwide selling. Shanghai Composite surging 5.3%. Markets all across Asia advancing. European markets up as well. Wall Street investors also a bit less anxious after yesterday's sharp upward turn, up 119. Futures are up today. Much of the nation still talking about the shocking murders of two Virginia journalists. It was just yesterday morning that Allison Parker and cameraman Adam Ward were shot and killed by an angry former employee while doing a live broadcast. People who knew cameraman Adam Ward say they were lucky to know him.
He loved life. He loved everything about it. And he always told me he wanted to make a difference in the lives of other people. And I can honestly say he made a difference in my life, and I know he made a difference in our community as well.
Grant Smithers was his teacher and basketball coach. White House reacting to the deadly shootings on live television.
This is another example of gun violence that is becoming all too common in communities large and small, all across the United States.
Presidential spokesman Josh Earnest, but Republican presidential candidate Marco Rubio disagrees.
First of all, it's not just crazy people, it's violent people that are committing these crimes. It's not the guns, it's the people that are doing this.
The Florida senator in New Hampshire. Democrat frontrunner Hillary Clinton weighing in on the possibility of Vice President Joe Biden challenging her for the party's nomination.
I just want the vice president to decide to do what's right for him and his family. And I don't think it's useful to be behind the scenes asking this or saying that.
Biden has not revealed any plans officially to run for the presidency. A Louisiana police officer and woman are dead following a shooting and stabbing in the small town of Sunset near Baton Rouge. Fast-moving tropical storm Erica closing in on Antigua and Barbados, dumping rain on the eastern Caribbean. Authorities continue investigating a fiery car crash from yesterday morning in the far northwest suburbs that left 3 dead. Former Illinois U.S. Representative Aaron Schock turning over more than 10,000 financial records to U.S. government prosecutors for review. There is a hearing on that case tomorrow. And a bar could soon be on its way to a department store in Streeterville. It's not all that unusual, but where that bar will be is Target Express, announcing a location in that neighborhood is on the fast track to becoming the first Target store to serve up alcoholic beverages. Chicago sports, Boston over the White Sox 3-0. San Francisco over the Cubs 4-2. The news a service of the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Someone you know is suffering from Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis. Help someone you know and support the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation of America, ccfa.org. 6:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity thinks Hillary Clinton has more to worry about than her campaign.
If they find those lost 33,000 emails, the one she's deleted, you're going to not only find classified information, the whole Benghazi issue is going to be brought to an entire new level. And instead of worrying about being elected president, her biggest fear is going to be how much time she may have to spend in jail.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are going on now. Spend $150 and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks. Good towards your next purchase. See store for details. Hurry into a Cabela's nearest you.
We've been hearing a lot about Uber lately, so we decided to get out there and talk to some actual Uber partners to get our questions answered.
Is signing up to drive with Uber really hard?
Nope, signing up with Uber is super easy.
It was simple and easy. Okay, but can I drive my own car?
Yes. You get to drive your own car.
But my roommate doesn't even have a car. Can she drive with Uber?
They can help her get a car too.
I wouldn't be able to get a vehicle if it wasn't for Uber. It took me less than 6 hours to get a car.
So you could just sign up and earn money.
Sign up, drive, and you make some money.
You're saying I can just use the smartphone app to make money whenever I want?
Yeah, you just open the app whenever you feel like driving.
All I have to do is turn on my phone, hit the road, and I start making money.
Are the hours good?
I work less hours and I make more money.
I'm my own boss now, so I set my own hours.
Okay, this all sounds pretty great. What do you think I should do?
You need to sign up for Uber.
You can make serious life-changing money when you drive with Uber. Get started today at drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com. drivewithuber.com.
If you're suffering from hearing loss, then turn up your radio because you'll want to hear this life-changing offer. Right now, you have the chance to hear things again more clearly and crisply than you ever imagined, absolutely risk-free. You heard me right. Now you can try an amazing, life-changing technological breakthrough called Listen Clear and hear everything, absolutely risk-free. We'll even give you free shipping and free batteries for life, but you must call now. 1-800-300-3391. Listen Clear is precisely engineered by audiologists to fit your ear almost invisibly, and you can adjust it to hear more clearly wherever you are and whatever you're doing. Listen Clear is lightweight and practically invisible, so nobody will even know you're wearing it. Now you can hear everything with Listen Clear. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-300-3391. That's 1-800-300-3391. 1-800-300-3391.
6:36 is our time in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northwest side of Chicago, Diversey is closed from Central West to Major due to a fire. Chicago Ridge, 107th block at Ridgeland. There's a house blaze there. There's an earlier reported fire on Roosevelt Road in Berwyn. It turned out to be no big deal, and Roosevelt Road is open through that area. Edens is fine. Kennedy, little heavy inbound approaching downtown. Outbound Slow-Nagle to Sayre. It's about 22 minutes either way. Noon O'Hare in downtown. Inbound Eisenhower, 37 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 37. The Stevenson, 40 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 20 minutes. 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 23 minutes from 8094 to the Ryan. Traffic is a service of Cabela's. Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are going on now. Spend $150 and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks, good towards your next purchase. See store for details. Don't miss their biggest sale and event of the season. Going on now at Cabela's. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Partly sunny, pleasant, warmer day ahead, high 75. We've finally kicked that cloud cover off to the east. 59 overnight, 79 tomorrow, 52 at O'Hare. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour Radio Show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560 The Answer. Brought to you by Pure Shale Financial Group.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560 The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, Carly Fiorina is making a move. She's moved into third place, frankly, a virtual tie for second place with John Kasich in New Hampshire. Now, they both have a third of the vote of Donald Trump in New Hampshire at present, but Fiorina is making a move. She made a move in Iowa after the first debate. Now she's continuing to build on the move in New Hampshire, and she offers kind of an interesting perspective on that, saying she's been underestimated all her life. Let's give a little airtime to someone not named Donald Trump.
You know, as I've said to you both, and thanks so much for having me on, I started out as a secretary in a 9-person real estate firm. I have been underestimated all my life. but I also have a clear track record of challenging the status quo and producing results. That's how you go from secretary to the chief executive of the largest technology company in the world. And I think I bring a resume that no one else can match. I understand how the economy works. I understand the world, how it works, and who's in it. I understand bureaucracies and how they work, which is important because we got to cut this federal government bureaucracy finally down to size, not just talk about it, do it. And I understand technology. And I do understand as well that leadership is about producing results, not giving a nice speech, and you cannot lead unless you're prepared to challenge the status quo. I think I bring something very unique to the table, and I think voters agree with me. The more they see, the more they like.
Gosh, she's flawless.
Here's the other thing that she gets, and I think this helps explain her rise in part. She understands why Donald Trump has been on the rise.
You know, I think Donald Trump is perhaps, as much as anything, a big wake-up call to the professional political class as well as the media, honestly. People are tired of both, and they don't trust either one anymore. And I think what Donald Trump tapped into is a disgust with the professional political class, a belief that the game is rigged, and that in part, whether this is fair or not, the media helps rig it. And I think people want truth-telling in politics.
That's a pretty cogent analysis of the rise of Trump and, to some extent, the rise of Fiorina, who is also seen as kind of an outsider business person coming in from coming into the arena from the outside as opposed to being a beltway creature. There's great appetite for that, particularly among Republican primary voters, with more on the presidential race, the state of play at present. We're now joined by Alexis Simendinger from RealClearPolitics.com, White House correspondent for RealClearPolitics.com. Alexis, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
It's nice to be with you.
So the other thing that Carly is making news about the last 24 hours is the CNN debate rules and, how far back they're clawing in terms of polling averages to determine who is the main event and who isn't on September 16th. Does she have a point there? And is at this late stage, is there any prospect that CNN may alter their rules the way that Fox did late in the game if they need to get Carly in?
I think it's an interesting question. I don't know exactly how CNN will decide this, and of course they have some time here to do it. But I do know from the experience at Real Clear Politics that Fox News spent a lot of time right up till the final hour figuring out exactly how to do its cut and how to assemble it. And they were very interested in knowing how Real Clear Politics, for instance, does its poll averaging. And it would not surprise me if the protest that candidates like Carly Fiorina have raised about whether sweeping in polls back to July for her surge or her rally is fair. And I don't know how CNN will come down on it or what they will decide, but I know that the Fox experience was to agonize over this until the last second.
But even after the first debate, I mean, ABC News, Wall Street Journal had a poll, and she won the debate even though she was, on the B team. Doesn't that factor in at all?
Well, it will factor in, but as you can tell, what CNN is trying to do is say we want a broader spectrum of time. And their feeling initially was that would be fair. That would be a fair way to do it. But then we saw this big shakeup after Cleveland, and for good reasons, right? The performances and the idea that there were actually two debates in Cleveland made it even more complicated. So I don't know how CNN will arrange it, but I know that the protest from the candidates is not surprising, and that it's probably founded in the kind of arguments that they could get support from from other quarters too.
Who is winning the Republican primary at this juncture? And that question is a little bit more complicated than I mean it at first blush, because I'm not just talking about the polls right now. Obviously, Trump is leading, but there's an interesting piece in the New York Times that talks about the invisible primary, ranks the candidates in terms of how well they're doing in the invisible primary, in which candidates compete for support from their fellow politicians around the country, from party leaders, and from donors. Nate Cohn makes the point that the candidate who wins the invisible primary usually wins the nomination, or when that candidate doesn't, they tend to be a close runner-up. And if you look at who's winning the invisible primary, according to the sabermetricians at the New York Times, they have Jeb Bush, Trump, Rubio, Walker, and Kasich in that order. Do you get the sense that despite a rather desultory campaign in terms of PR at this juncture, from Jeb Bush I'm speaking, that he is winning the invisible primary and is still positioned to win the actual primary?
Well, because Jeb Bush started so early with his outside super PAC fundraising before he actually declared as a candidate, he had a lot of glide paths to build the Bush network, to tap into his own network, and to really build that support. And, what we're paying attention to at Real Clear Politics is also what's happening to some of these candidates and their money. And as you can tell from reading between the tea leaves, Jeb Bush's campaign has started to really pull in their belts. And he's on a continued furious fundraising effort. So it suggests not just what you're pointing out, but also how long some of these candidates can sustain this to try to keep themselves in. And then you're looking at someone like John Kasich, who came in late, but has done very well in fundraising and is, of course, polling very well in New Hampshire. So, it is interesting in terms of the voters. The New York Times also has a interesting story, as you point out, from Nate Cohen, in which he's talking about whether the polls are accurate in describing Donald Trump's standing and his, obviously we see him at the top in national polling in Iowa, in New Hampshire, and whether that's really accurate. And one of the other elements of it that we pay attention to at Real Clear Politics is whether these voters, as you point out, are real primary voters. Are these Republicans the type of voters who would actually go out and participate in primaries? And we know that most Americans don't do that. But that outsider surge that we've either seen for Trump or for Fiorina or Ben Carson, who is continually at the top among some of the electorate, it indicates that there is a kind of invisible primary among those who actually don't normally participate. And no one knows exactly what will happen there.
Now, Alexis, there's a call this morning for Donald Trump to publicly apologize to Jorge Ramos for kicking him out of the press conference. As a reporter, a seasoned reporter, have you ever seen anything like this where a political candidate decides who comes in and who comes out of a press conference?
Well, I cover Hillary Clinton. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, she kept everybody out. So
right, I know, it's tough. Well, one of the things that I have to say, though, as a person who's covered politics for a while, is that those two gentlemen made the most out of it for themselves,
no question
right?
about that.
I have never seen two people who seem to calculate right at the beginning how to profit from that exchange.
And seen. Yes, exactly.
So I am not... Jorge Ramos is, of course, I'm not sure Donald Trump even knew who he was, but he clearly is someone who is very, 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 very important in the Latino community, in the news business. But we don't normally think of him as the kind of even-handed reporter on the issue of immigration, because he has a point of view and he has advocated the point of view. I cover President Obama, and I know that Jorge Ramos has really taken President Obama to task again and again and again on immigration. So those two guys know how to hold their own, and I didn't feel sorry for either one.
Before we let you jump, Joe Biden, is he definitely in?
It seems more and more likely to me that based on everything that we're seeing, his own demeanor, the kind of outreach he's doing, that his heart is and has been in this race, this idea of being president, running for president again. And it seems that no matter how many advisors may have put, the pros and the cons on a piece of paper, he is really thinking that there's a possible avenue for him. And the one differential that seems to influence him is not just his personal druthers, but he feels that in his previous two presidential races, he didn't encounter the level of support. In other words, the folks he respects who are maybe calling him or he's calling them and they're saying, go ahead and get in. And in his ears, that sounds like a difference that he did not experience in 2008 or in 1988. And I would be surprised now if he comes forward and says, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, and now he can afford speechwriters so he doesn't have to plagiarize Neil Kinnock stuff. Alexis Simendinger, the White House correspondent for RealClearPolitics.com. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Have a great day.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about? The Taoiseach knows a lot about it. His mom, God rest her soul, and although she's, wait, your mom's still alive as your dad passed. Wayne State University or any college in America. Right state. If we do everything right, there's still a 30% chance we're going to get it wrong. When the stock market crashed, Franklin Roosevelt got on television. You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
I'm proud to be President of the United States, but I am prouder to be Barack Obama.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine. Chilly start to the day, though. Ouch. It was 47 degrees this morning in Aurora. Now it's 52, going up to a high of 75 degrees. And then tomorrow, sunshine, giving way to clouds, but it will be warmer. Thankfully, it'll be a high near 80. Let's get the travel times. How's the inbound Ike, Jim Telemonte?
Amy, not too bad right now. It's slow as usual from Mannheim to Harlem. It's about 37 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, and outbound 37 minutes as well. Slow central to First Avenue. Inbound Eden's a little slow approaching the junction. Inbound Kennedy, slow Harlem to Montrose and approaching downtown. 22 minutes either way in the airport and the Burns Circle. The Stevenson, 41 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. Ryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Outbound, there's a delay in the locals, 59th past 63rd. Crash in the two left lanes. You see mild delays on the northbound Tri-States, turning around Southwest Highway. And the eastbound Reagan Tollway is slow from the Aurora Toll to Eola. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Keith Peters in for Lou Dobbs. Economic reports and corporate profits in focus. Commodity prices and overseas trading influencing market direction as well. Those stories next.
You've been thinking about switching to solar. Don't wait much longer or you'll miss out on this year's federal tax credit. Move quickly because the tide is turning. Solar power's becoming a threat to big energy profits. In fact, some power companies are even pushing for extra fees to make up for lost revenue. Warning, you must have your solar system up and running by midnight December 31st or you'll miss out on this year's federal tax credit. Energy prices are expected to increase by as much as 40% in the near future. Go solar now with no down payment, interest, or payments for a whole year. You can afford it because we finance. Get your government money and save big every month. Big Energy is getting nervous and the door of opportunity is about to slam shut. Paying $150 a month or more on energy bills? Then call 1-800-MySolar now for a free in-home assessment. 1-800-MySolar.
My home, my savings, 1-800-MySolar.
We'll see whether investors are able to build on yesterday's big rally on Wall Street. All three major stock indexes closed 4% higher, marking the Dow and S&P 500's strongest gain since 2011. Investors today assessing action in overseas markets, economic reports, and readings on the health of our economy. We'll have reports on second quarter GDP, weekly jobless claims, pending home sales, and the latest reading on Kansas City area manufacturing. The market reacting to earnings from Dollar General, Guess, Tiffany's, and Williams-Sonoma. The crude oil market remains in focus after prices yesterday fell nearly 2%, settling under $39 a barrel. And we're watching bond yields ahead of the Treasury's auction of $29 billion in 7-year notes. The 10-year Treasury yield at a one-week high, nearing 2.2%. Please tune in to Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. I'm Keith Peters for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
School is back in session, and maybe you're having a few second thoughts about the school your child is attending, or maybe that new teacher just isn't what you were expecting. Maybe you're thinking about private schools. Well, now is the time to act. Don't live with a decision that you may regret. Make a decision that will make a difference for your child, and you can make that decision for half the price of regular tuition if you visit halfpriceschools.com. At halfpriceschools.com, you'll find dozens of local private schools that are offering vouchers for a full year of tuition at half the price. There's no catch. It's very simple. Find a school near you, purchase the tuition voucher, and make that school switch now. HalfPriceSchools.com has schools located all across the Chicago area, from Naperville to Elgin to Itasca, Romeoville, Palatine, Roselle, Chicago. Don't waste another day keeping your child in a school you just don't like. Visit HalfPriceSchools.com today. Don't wait. These vouchers, many of them have already sold out. So don't wait again. Visit HalfPriceSchools.com today. That's HalfPriceSchools.com.
You know what I love about summer? Baseball. You know what I love about baseball? It's a game of probability. You know what I love about my team? Not much, because baseball is a game of probability. The odds of our starting pitcher lasting 3 innings? Slim. The likelihood we'll be mathematically eliminated before July? High. Okay, so maybe I'm not a fan of the probability of my team going above 500. But I am a fan of the fact that with some planning and a little help, I was able to influence the probability that I could retire and stay retired. Maybe our pitcher should consider retirement. Just saying.
Ready to make the game-changing decision to put a plan in place for your retirement? The Mutual Fund Store can help you do just that. Connect with us today for a free review of your investment portfolio or a second opinion on your investments. The person you'll be having a cup of coffee with is right here.
Hi, I'm Steve Jack with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-433-7114. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-433-7114. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-433-7114. That's 1-800-433-7114.
If you're looking to improve your child's academic education and attitude toward life, Christian Liberty Academy, based in Arlington Heights, has provided thousands of children in preschool through 12th grade with a superior, accredited, and affordable Christian education since 1968. The Academy offers a spacious and well-equipped campus, dynamic math and computer classes, art and music instruction, as well as comprehensive sports programs and after-school care services. The teaching staff at Christian Liberty is comprised of people who take a genuine and personal interest in each of their students and make it a point to give them the individualized attention that they need. Call the Academy at 847-385-2013 to schedule a tour or visit ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. That's ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. Don't let another week go by before you get serious about finding the proper school environment for each of your children. The summer is slipping away and registrations are filling up fast in many grades. So contact Christian Liberty Academy today and give your children a great foundation for learning and for life.
When it comes to fixing things around the house, plumbing can be a real problem. But like any other problem, if you fix the underlying cause, then the problem goes away. If you've got low water pressure in your shower, sink, or washing machine, then the underlying cause is almost always your rusted and corroded pipes. The solution is to repipe your home by replacing those old clogged pipes with new, high-quality copper pipes. I'm Jeff Butler, owner of Repipe Specialists. We've been solving this problem by giving people brand new pipes and great water flow in their house for over 2 decades. In celebration of this 20 years, for a limited time, we're offering something we have never done before, and it's just for our Illinois customers. When you repipe the hot pipes in your house with us, we'll throw in all the cold water pipes and the patching for free. Plus, you still get a lifetime guarantee. So call now, 800-737-4746. That's 800-REPIPING. Get a hot side repipe and then get the cold side and the patching for free. 800-737-4746.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:07, we'll have Vicente Serrano. He's a former Telemundo anchor in Chicago, and he's the host of a radio program, Sin Censura, which means without censorship.
Ah, I like that.
My high school Spanish coming back to me. We'll ask him if Sideshow Donald owes Jorge Ramos an apology and all matters immigration related.
And then at 8:08, Gene Morano will be here. He's the news editor at Roanoke Star Centennial with the latest on that shooting. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan were watching several stories along with Fox News this morning, including the strengthening of Tropical Storm Erica. Details on that story coming up in just a moment. Meantime, firefighters injured while battling a 3-alarm blaze at Second City in the city's Old Town neighborhood. Chicago School Board passes a $5.7 billion spending plan with their fingers crossed. Target to serve alcohol at a new Chicago area location. We'll explain why. Where attendance numbers always inflated at the Illinois State Fair. That accusation yesterday from a state spokesperson. Partly sunny, pleasant, and warmer today with a high near 75. Complete look at your weather forecast coming up after Fox News. WIND Chicago News Times, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. They joined hands on the air and remembered their friends exactly 24 hours after a murder on live TV.
As we approach that moment, we want to pause and reflect.
A somber morning show on WDBJ in Virginia.
Please join us now in a moment of silence.
And in that silence, they showed pictures of reporter Allison Parker and cameraman Adam Ward, who viewers saw being gunned down by a fired ex-co-worker who was known on TV as Bryce Williams. Fox News Radio's John Decker live where it happened in Moneta.
A growing memorial has formed outside the Roanoke TV station where reporter Allison Parker and cameraman Adam Ward worked. And there is shock, sadness, and anger here in southwestern Virginia. The gunman Vester Flanagan, who formerly worked at the same Roanoke TV station as the shooting victims, was by all accounts a troubled and sometimes turbulent employee. The Charleston Church massacre, Flanagan said in a letter faxed to ABC News, set him, in his words, over the top. Although Flanagan took his own life hours after the shooting, local authorities are still piecing together the sequence of events that led to 2 deaths witnessed by viewers on live TV. Dave?
John Allison Parker's father, Andy, says he has cried his eyes out, but
the anger is starting to creep in there because this should not happen.
He says he'll dedicate himself to stopping this kind of gun violence, wanting that to be her legacy. President Obama says
the number of people who die from gun-related incidents around this country dwarfs any deaths that happen through terrorism.
Though the gun Flanagan used was bought legally and he passed a background check. Walmart's not going to sell AR-15 rifles and other semi-automatic weapons anymore, not for political reasons, because of slow sales. On Wall Street, futures are up big coming off yesterday's giant rebound. Markets overseas have also soared, even in China. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunshine, 58 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Authorities still investigating this morning what caused a fiery car crash in the far northwest suburb of Ingleside that left 3 dead. Lake County sheriffs say a Kia Optima left the roadway around 2 a.m. Wednesday morning. The vehicle slammed into a tree and became engulfed in flames. 3 were found dead inside that car. The victims this morning have yet to be identified. No identification was found on the bodies, and that license plate, according to a report this morning attached to that Kia Optima, did not belong to the vehicle. A man is dead, 3 others hurt after shootings in a park on Chicago's west side. It happened yesterday when many were on a playground at Horan Park on West Van Buren. One man shot in the head was declared dead at a nearby hospital. 4 Chicago firefighters are hospitalized. They were battling a 3-alarm blaze yesterday in Old Town. A fire sparked at the Adobo Grill near Wells and North Avenue that spread to nearby buildings and apartments, including the historic Second City Comedy Club offices. And in fact, Second City canceled its remaining shows yesterday. Other stores in the area also shut down. A man is charged with the murder of his girlfriend in Crest Hill. Laura Gonzalez was found unresponsive in an apartment in that southwest suburb when officers did a well-being check last night. Chicago Board of Education has passed a budget simply based on borrowing and the hope that the state of Illinois will come through with additional funding. The $5.7 billion plan passed Wednesday contains an estimated $19 a year increase in taxes for the owner of a $250,000 home, as well as teacher and staff layoffs. And this morning, the Illinois State Fair manager says past attendance numbers were fudged. Recent reports say this year there were half the fewer fairgoers compared to previous years, and manager Patrick Buchan explains why. That there's been a steady attendance of only about 400,000 people over the past decade, and those that were in charge fudged the numbers. He, of course, refused to accuse former employees of inflating that number. Boston over the White Sox, 3-0. San Francisco beat the Cubs 4-2, and Bear quarterback Jay Cutler finds himself throwing to third and fourth string receivers after another hip injury, this one to veteran receiver Eddie Royal. The news, a service of Cabela's and their fall Great Outdoors Days going on now. Spend $150 and get $25 in Cabela's bucks, good towards your next purchase. See store for details. Don't miss their biggest sale and event of the season going on now at Cabela's. Check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Last year, hundreds of AM 560 listeners joined together for Freedom Summit Chicago. This year, on Saturday, November 14th, Freedom Summit returns. This full-day event will feature some of the nation's top conservative speakers, including AM 560's Sean Hannity. You'll also be able to attend seminars on grassroots activism, developments in public policy, and organizing for victory in 2016. Tickets start at just $29. Go to freedomsummitchicago.com to purchase yours today. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Good Neighbor pharmacy.
2 little tablets is all it takes to make your thin hair feel and look thicker and fuller, guaranteed. Viviscal is clinically researched to promote existing hair growth for men and women. You'll love your hair growth results, guaranteed. Viviscal is so effective, it's recommended by top doctors. Want to try Viviscal? Every listener that calls now gets a 90-day risk-free supply plus free shipping. Call now, 800-881-6190. 800-881-6190. That's 800-881-6190.
7:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. The latest on the morning commute. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Kennedy, it's slow now from Harlem most of the way downtown. 31 minutes O'Hare to the Circle. It's 18 from Montrose, 14 on the Express. Outbound 18 minutes to Montrose and 32 to the airport. The inbound Edens has about a 2-minute delay approaching the junction. Still good outbound. Eisenhower, slow Manheim to Harlem. 41 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, and outbound it's 41 as well. The Stevenson, 46 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown, outbound now clear. I-57, 16 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford, 26. Northbound Lakeshore Drive, slow, Roosevelt through Grant Park. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go 95th to LaGrange Road. From the Stevenson to Ogden, and Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go 31 to 59, and heavy from the Des Plaines Oasis to Lee. Reagan Tollway slow from the Aurora Toll to Eola. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. It's a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, partial sunshine, high 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 59. Some sun, then clouds tomorrow with a high 79 and a late night shower, low 66. Couple of showers and a thunderstorm later Saturday, humid with a high 79. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Sunshine, 53 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the New American Funding Mortgage Radio Show, giving you up-to-the-minute advice on mortgage rates and programs every Sunday afternoon at 1.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
What happened today was unlike anything so many of us can remember. A murder on live TV, the video almost immediately surfacing online, and then compounded by shocking videos of the incident from the killer himself, posted on social media while he was on the run.
Magnified by technology, this is the latest workplace homicide. Between 1997 and 2010, there were almost 900 committed by a coworker or former coworker. The difference this time is we could see it.
It breaks my heart every time you read about or hear about these kinds of incidents. What we know is that the number of people who die from gun-related incidents around this country dwarfs any deaths that happen through terrorism.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, obviously, the Virginia shooting is a little bit more serious than a spat between a reporter and a presidential candidate. But that spat has the spat. Of course, I'm talking about is between Sideshow Donald and Jorge Ramos from Univision, and that spat has implications because the issue that is dominating the conversation right now, as it pertains to the presidential campaign, is immigration. So it's not just the kind of personal back and forth between those two individuals. It's the larger issue, not just the question Ramos asked or tried to ask, which is a pedestrian question. It's a question that Donald Trump has been asked many times. All the candidates have. It's a question we've been wrestling with since 1986, basically, when the immigration reform under Reagan didn't particularly hold up the enforcement end of the promise.
Donald Trump can't answer it because he doesn't have a solution. He's just barking out sound bites that people want to hear. That's my interpretation.
Well, for another interpretation, maybe similar, we're joined by Vicente Serrano. Vicente is a former Telemundo anchor here in Chicago. He's a colleague of ours. He's a radio talk show host, Sin Censura, AM 750. Vicente, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you for inviting me, Dan, Amy.
So your take on that little spat between Ramos and Trump was within his right to say, you have to wait until you're called on to be asked a question at my press conference, and if you can't do that, then I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
I don't know who's right on this situation, but I think we're missing the big picture. Mm-hmm. I think we're too worried about who's right and who's wrong, and I think we're missing the point that the debate should be on the issue, immigration reform. And I think the fact you asked if Donald Trump should apologize to Jorge Ramos, I think Donald Trump should apologize to the immigrant community for poisoning the debate. And it's a shame that the Republicans are not putting a stop on Donald Trump on this. And it seems that it's a competition now between Republicans of who's going to bring up an initiative that is worse to the immigrants.
I did not think Jorge Ramos was out of line at all by asking the question, because people want to know, people who are here illegally, people who have loved ones who are here illegally want to know what his plan is. If he's going to take them out in the middle of the night while they're sleeping, is he going to put them on trains? I mean, it just sounds so horrific and so inhumane.
Of course, and it's personal to us. It got to be personal. He was born in Mexico. I was born in Mexico, and we all have. I'm pretty sure that the vast majority of the Latino community has a relative or a friend who is undocumented. It's a personal situation for us. And when someone says that wants to deport my cousin, my uncle, I do have a problem with that. And I applaud Jorge for confronting Donald Trump, and I applaud Jose Diaz-Balart, who was shut down by Donald Trump a few weeks ago during a press conference, for standing up for the entire community.
But what about the underlying issues, though, Vicente? I mean, the issue of controlling our borders, that's what any responsible country would want to do. It was first and foremost the inability of this government even to deport violent criminals that there seems to be unanimity should be deported back to their home countries, whether their home countries want them or not. Do you understand why there is frustration over the lack of control of our borders to such extent that you have violent criminals that are committing violent crimes against Americans, that we can't even begin there?
Yes, and I understand. I don't want criminals in my neighborhood. I live in Chicago, and I don't want to be around rapists and drug dealers. But why don't we talk about the good stories of immigrants? Why do we focus on the bad side of this immigrant experience? And we got to be responsible also in the media to give some space and some time to this rants of Donald Trump and all the Republicans that believe that it's okay to deny citizenship rights to kids born in the United States of immigrant or undocumented parents.
But before we get to birthright citizenship, go back again. Why don't we get to the good stories? I'm happy to tell the good stories. I mean,
Donald Trump tells some good stories too.
There's a lot of Republicans.
Like what? Because I haven't heard
that he's hired a lot of Hispanics, and his driver of 27 years is Hispanic, and he loves them. Blah blah blah.
Well, but the problem with getting to the good stuff, if you will, and I'm a pretty pro-immigrant Republican. The problem with getting to the good stuff is that we can't get rid of the bad elements. And that's a real problem because they're preying on people they shouldn't be preying on because they shouldn't even be here. And so it doesn't seem to me that the left, and I'm not suggesting you are, but that the Democrats and those that are kind of most indifferent to the state of affairs with respect to our border security really appreciate the negative enough to deal with it so that we can accentuate the positive.
Yeah, but then, come on, let's be serious. When we think about the bad apples, no one in the Latino community will defend a rapist or a drug dealer or a killer.
No, I understand that. But so what do we do about it when we have a federal government that can't even get rid of that small fraction that are the violent criminals?
But you
lose trust. You lose trust in the system.
But you're missing a very important point. Obama has become the deporter-in-chief. He has deported more than 2 million people during his time in the White House. Come on.
Yeah, but nobody knows that. Nobody ever talks about it.
He's deporting them and they come back.
That's the thing, because most of the people he's turning away are on the border who come back on a daily basis.
Yeah, that number is kind of a manufactured. He's deporting them, they come back, they're being processed for deportation, but they're not really deported. That's a little bit of fun with government statistics.
Okay, I disagree with the way you see it, Don, because at the end, are we sure about that we're deporting them and they're coming back?
Well,
why do we have this problem in Central America, for example, with gangs? They just called them or they labeled them in El Salvador as terrorists. They have a huge situation because of our responsibility while we deport these criminals. We have a responsibility to these countries, too, when we deport people. It's not like, let's deport them and that's it. It's not our problem. Of course, it's a regional situation, and we need to be more responsible when we debate about immigration.
Donald Trump has said time and time again, Latinos love me. I'll get the Latino vote. Do you personally know of any Latinos who are supporting Donald Trump?
And I will say, besides Latinos or non-Latinos, it's a shame that people are supporting this venomous debate, this speech by Donald Trump that is irresponsible and it's poisoning the debate, the responsible debate that we should have about immigration. No, I don't know anybody that will support Donald Trump. And to be honest, those people supporting Donald Trump are as, I will say this and probably will be controversial, but they're as racist as Donald himself.
Well, I'm not sure that Donald is a racist. I think he's a bit of a...
Oh, no? How do you call someone that wants to take birthright citizenship of a kid that was born in the United States from undocumented parents? What would you call someone that calls Latinos that are coming, or Mexicans that are coming from Mexico, rapists, criminals?
Yes.
I think I have done a really good job. My family has been a good story. So I cannot condone, I cannot accept that speech by Donald Trump.
I understand the recklessness with which Donald Trump speaks, but I'm not so sure that there's an underlying racism there. But here's the larger question. Here's the larger question. Number one, we're not just talking about. Wait.
Can I interrupt you for a second? That's the problem with the Republican Party. That's the problem. The problem with Republicans. They're always excusing this hate speech.
I'm not excusing. I'm not a supporter of Donald Trump. I'm not excusing the way he speaks. But I also want to ask you this question. So the Jeb Bush, who was popular in Florida when he was governor among Latino voters, he's getting about 27% of the Latino vote against any Democrat matchup. So explain this to me. What young Latinos in particular, which liberal, hip, 70-year-old Democrat presidential candidate really gets them? Explain to me why we've got 73-27, 70-30, 75-25 Latinos voting for the Democrats, and it becomes at a certain point like, okay, well, if there's nothing that we can say, if there's no look you're going to give beyond Donald Trump, because there's 17 candidates in the field, then why engage at all?
Now we're talking. The problem is that the Democrats and Republicans are not serious about this issue. The Democrats, I think, have been historically telling us, and when I say us, the Latino community, they're telling us what we want to hear. But unfortunately, they haven't delivered.
Yeah, I mean, President Obama promised immigration reform within the first 90 days of its presidency, and he didn't get into it until he lost control of the House. So he could have done something, and he never acted. So I thought that he lied to the Hispanic community.
Why does he have to deliver? There's no electoral consequences. No. There's no electoral consequences for not delivering. So why deliver?
And also, I will say that whatever during the crisis that we have with the kids crossing the border by themselves, alone and through the border, illegally from Central America mostly, Hillary Clinton said very controversial things that are going to haunt her in the general campaign.
Vicente Serrano, definitely want to have you back to continue this conversation as the election proceeds on both sides and then ultimately to the general, but we appreciate your time.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Amy. And I will say this to the people listening. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it again and again. This already happened in the 1930s. And I think I'm seeing it all over again.
All right.
Learn.
Thanks, Vicente. I appreciate your time.
The world is cracking up, and they're worried about my tone.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Your phone calls next, 312-642-5600. Here are the numbers in your forecast. A high of 75 degrees despite our chilly start to this day. We do have plenty of sunshine and more sunshine and warm weather our way tomorrow, a high near 80. Travel times, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Kennedy inbound, 31 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound, it's 47. Really jammed North Avenue to Sayre. Eden's 23 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 25. The Ike, 41 minutes either way between Thorndale and the Loop. Stevenson, 46 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. Ryan is 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Toys are getting heavy. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go 95th to LaGrange Road. From the Stevenson to Ogden, the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Adams Tollway really bottled up now from 31 to 59, and a little heavy approaching Lee. Reagan Tollway slow 31 to 59. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Painting is personal. That's why I chose CertaPro to do some painting for me. It's not too late to get on their painting schedule. Get your home looking picture perfect for summer entertaining and fall football. You can get your exterior painting off your to-do list if you schedule your exterior painting to coincide with your summer vacation or maybe for a long weekend. You'll come back renewed and refreshed to a fresh new coat of paint. With CertaPro, you get the best of both worlds. It's your biggest painting company in America, yet they're also your neighborhood painter. So CertaPro's color specialists will help you make your home a personal expression of you. When the painters come, they move the furniture, they paint, they clean up, and when they finish painting, they move it all back again. It's that simple. I've chosen CertaPro, and you should too. Go to CertaPro.com, that's Certa with a C, or call 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro, because painting, it's personal.
Hey, if your company manufactures or markets pharmaceuticals, biologics, medical devices, or APIs, you know the challenges of systems integration, FDA compliance, and staffing. To gain access to Chicagoland's top life sciences engineering, quality assurance, project management, regulatory, software, and validation professionals, you need the experts at Automated Systems, Inc. All of ASI's resources are degreed professionals with decades of industry experience in manufacturing automation, and FDA compliance. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life science companies to successful startups. For over a quarter of a century, ASI has excelled through a culture of execution and client success. For information about staffing or a no-obligation compliance or automation evaluation, call Laz at Automated Systems toll-free at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI.
For a list of complete offer details, visit HowWeTradeRadio.com. An individual's trading strategy or personal trading does not guarantee future results or returns.
Hi, John and Pete Najarian here. You may know us from television, where we're frequently featured on CNBC as leading option experts. We have some great news you do not want to miss.
As option floor traders and co-founders of Option Monster, people always want to know our secrets for trading options.
So we wrote an entire book on it. We've received over 100,000 orders over the past few months, and today we're giving away a limited number of these books for free. Just cover shipping and handling.
Learn how to use options like we do to make more income with less capital.
To reduce your investment risks.
And make money regardless of which way the market's moving.
It's all right here in this book, and today it's yours for free.
Equity options today are hailed as one of the most successful financial products to be introduced in modern times. You have to learn to profit from them.
This one book could dramatically increase your investment returns.
And today, it's free.
Call now. 1-800-600-8551. That's 1-800-600-8551. 1-800-600-8551.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Well, to no one's surprise, our conversation with Vicente Serrano, former Telemundo anchor here in Chicago, is increasing our phone bill this month. We've got a full board. Let's start with Israel on the west side.
Good morning, Yusuf.
Good morning.
This guy got me so hot this morning, I can't believe how angry I am. Speaking as a Hispanic, Puerto Rican, naturalized citizen, it degrades me by saying all Hispanics can't support Donald Trump. The only one he's talking about are here illegally. They already committed a crime. I don't care if they're called undocumented workers. They're here illegally. I can't go somewhere, steal something, and not be prosecuted or be rewarded for doing it. Why are we doing that for anybody else? And it's just not Mexicans. We got Europeans. We got Asians. We got anybody coming across our border, however they get here, on visas and not leaving, and we need to crack down on it.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks for the call, Israel. 40% of illegal immigration through the airports, overstaying visas. Mm-hmm. That's right. Dennis in Crystal Lake.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, that guy you had on there, as soon as he said anybody who supports Donald Trump's a racist, you should cut him off at the knees. Oh, what'd you say, Amy?
No, because a lot of people see him as a racist. I had a 10-year-old. Listen to me. I had a 10-year-old. I'm talking. I had a 10-year-old Serbian boy in my kitchen yesterday crying.
Why don't we just open the borders to all women who are 8 months, 20 days pregnant, and let them have their babies here to the whole world? Why don't we do that?
Oh, they should shut down those maternity hotels. I mean, that would be a start. But this is not just a Hispanic issue. This is all immigrants. Again, I was trying to say that I had a 10-year-old Serbian boy in my kitchen yesterday on the brink of tears because he's an anchor baby and he's afraid that his parents are going to get deported. And I had to let him explain the process and that, don't worry, you can sleep tonight. You're safe.
Thanks for the call, Dennis. Raul in Waukegan.
Hi. I just wanted to comment on on Vicente that you just had on. He said there's no Hispanic voters that agree with Trump, and I have to disagree. I'm Mexican and Puerto Rican. I agree with some of the things he says, not the way he words it, though.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thanks for the call, Raul. I mean, I think that's it, too. I think Donald Trump is not exactly a wordsmith. He's not going to be confused for Bill Buckley anytime soon. But to call him a racist kind of is a cheap way to engage the conversation.
Well, people are threatened and they're scared,
Vicente's a friend of mine. I like Vicente.
I used to work with Vicente.
Right, but to just to throw that term racist around, it's become rendered meaningless through overuse.
That's how they feel. That's how they think. They think Donald Trump is racist.
It doesn't mean it's correct. It doesn't mean it's right. Ralph and Rantoul.
Yeah, good morning. One of the things, too, that I think we need to begin more actively rejecting is the behavior by people like Vicente when they're making a point. As soon as you disagree with their point, in his case, it's open borders. There should be no category as illegal immigrants. So if you disagree with that, well, you're a hater. All right. Racist is just a more particular way of pointing out hatred. Because I disagree with somebody doesn't mean that I hate you. It means I disagree with your point.
Yeah.
And I think it's weak, just like you said, Dan. It cheapens, it weakens the argument. In fact, I think it's a no argument. I think it's the non-thinker's way out of explaining a position.
Thanks for the call, Ralph. Craig on the Kennedy.
Hello.
Hey, Craig.
Yeah, he had asked the question right up front. Why don't we focus on the positive? Well, pretty simply, there are a lot of negatives associated with the open border, and because it's controlled through media or whatever, the negatives are ignored. So we're not going to focus talking about the positives because it basically just continues to cover up all of the negatives.
Thanks for the call, Craig. We got to jump. We'll revisit this issue. I still want to get to Ted Cruz and Megyn Kelly on the Kelly file last night. It was a very interesting exchange, but we have to take a break now. I'm sorry to say.
Here's a guy who's not afraid of his penis.
Believe me. This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
To all commercial and industrial property owners, building managers, and roof consultants in Chicagoland, Waukegan Roofing says thank you. The Waukegan Roofing team knows you have a lot of choices when it comes to choosing a commercial and industrial roofing contractor. Navigating those options can be overwhelming because choosing a roofer you can trust is a big decision. For more than 100 years, Waukegan Roofing has been installing roofs you can rely on all over Chicagoland, and they couldn't have done it without you. It's because of your continued trust and support that they have become one of the oldest, most trusted contractors in the Chicagoland area. And for that, they thank you, Chicago. So if your building has an old roof in need of repair or replacement, or if you need a service and maintenance program to keep your roof performing at its peak level, Waukegan Roofing is ready to put their 100-plus years of experience to work for you. Let them protect you for the next 100 years. Call today at 847-623-1625 or visit WaukeganRoofing.com. Waukegan Roofing, 101 years installing roofs you can rely on. Thank you, Chicago.
Every guy dreads the honey-do list, so give yourself a weekend off and check out the amazing deals at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. How's the air quality in your home? Allergens could be affecting the air you breathe, while Royal Air Duct Cleaning in Hoffman Estates will rid your home of all unwanted bacteria, including mold, fungi, and algae. Who knew? For only $99. Plus, Royal Air Duct Cleaning Service can clean your residential dryer vent, too, for only $50, half off the normal rate. Allergies are very bad right now, which can be a sign of mold in your home. Are you safe from mold and other toxins? Mold Pro Chicago offers an in-home assessment that includes visual and lab analysis, plus up to 4 in-home air tests for $250, half off the regular cost. Enjoy the outdoors while you can. There's plenty of time to hang on your deck, so make sure it looks fabulous with a great deal from another pro, Cedar Pro Deck Restoration, a $700 value deck cleaning, only $350 at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
A story you heard only here. A Quad Cities mom who took on her local school district on behalf of her disabled daughter. Well, we have the resolution of her battle, and we'll have her on to explain it at 7:37.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom, and here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, we have a sunshine and 61 degrees. There are only 2 days left to this trading week. Investors not acting as anxious as they did the first several days of the week. Stocks closing sharply higher yesterday, snapping a brutal 6-day losing skid. Wall Street rallying more than 3%, despite lingering fears about China's economy. Former television reporter suspected of gunning down a Virginia TV crew on live television claimed he was reacting to the Charleston church shootings. ABC News says the comments were part of a rambling suicide letter received shortly after Wednesday's shooting. WDBJ television general manager Jeffrey Marks says the suspected shooter, Vester Flanagan, was very difficult to work with.
After many incidents of his anger coming to the fore, we dismissed him, and he did not take that well. We had to call the police to escort him from the building.
Marks telling NBC's Today Show that his employees were able to recognize the shooter in a still shot from the camera that fell to the ground after journalist Adam Ward was shot.
Our chief photographer, Lynn Eller, came over to me and said, "You have to see this." And everybody who was gathered around it said, "That's Vester." And I wasn't sure they were. And we immediately passed that on to the Franklin County Sheriff.
That identification played a key role in allowing authorities to track down Vester Flanagan. President Obama in New Orleans today. He'll speak in the lower Ninth Ward as he marks the 10th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina.
I would say that mainly what it is an opportunity to celebrate the remarkable revival of an American city.
The city of New Orleans has invested nearly $15 billion in upgrades to their levee system since that deadly storm. A woman and a police officer are dead after a shooting and stabbing in a Louisiana town. Officer Henry Nelson was shot yesterday when he arrived at the scene of a reported stabbing in Sunset. The suspect has been identified as a cousin of Officer Nelson's. This morning, Chicago Bulls player Derrick Rose is trying to clear his name after a TMZ report that Rose is being sued by a woman that claims she was drugged and raped by Rose and two of his friends. A statement from Rose's spokesperson says the plaintiff's allegations are false and without any factual basis. A man is dead and 3 others hurt after shootings in a park on Chicago's west side. It happened yesterday around 10:30 in the morning near a playground at Horan Park. And 4 Chicago firefighters are hospitalized after battling a 3-alarm blaze in Old Town that destroyed the offices of the Second City comedy troupe and also damaged the theater and club that Second City performs in. Boston over the White Sox 3-0. San Francisco nipped the Cubs 4-2. The news a service of the American Association for Cancer Research. The American Association for Cancer Research is the world's first and largest organization dedicated to finding cures through research at www.aacrfoundation.org. A check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
The Republican Party is attempting to take Trump off of state ballots.
The Joe Walsh Show.
Hey, the party elites don't get to decide who gets to run for president and who doesn't. The voters decide. You know what? They'll never get it. My family before party. My money before party. My country before party. And damn it, you better believe it's my freedom before any party.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This week at Whole Foods Market, pick up juicy summer peaches at $1.48 per pound. Stock up on healthy at Whole Foods Market, America's healthiest grocery store.
At some point, we're all going to die. You just never know when, right? That's why it's so important your estate is protected. Because if you own real estate or have assets of $100,000 or more and you don't have a living trust, your estate could go through probate and cost you tens of thousands of dollars in probate and attorney's fees. Your personal property, bank accounts, house, everything could be tied up in court for a year or longer. Your estate could be double taxed by the government, and it could be a real mess for your family. But you can prevent all of this by getting a will right now for as low as $195 or a living trust for as low as $495 from the Alpha Wealth Group, rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau right here in Chicago. Call 1-800-748-3185. That's 800-748-3185. 800-748-3185.
You're not crazy to start your own business, no matter what they say. We're GoDaddy.com, and we're just the team to help get your business online. Our Get Online Today toolkit gets you a memorable domain name, a professional website, and personalized email powered by Microsoft Office 365 for just $1 per month. Just $1 with the purchase of an annual plan. Get your business online today with the Get Online Today toolkit at GoDaddy.com/radio. That's GoDaddy.com/radio. Domain included with annual plan only. See site for details.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Contour Next. Accuracy you can trust.
7:38 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eden's inbound 24 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 30. The Kennedy 32 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 47. The Eisenhower's 40 minutes from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 43. Stevenson, 51 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40. Ryan, 23 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State really slow from 95th to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Northbound Veterans Memorial, slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, Finley to Butterfield, and Army Trail to Lake. Traffic service of Stand Up to Cancer. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. That's a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Partly sunny, pleasant. A warmer day ahead, I-75, 59 overnight. Next news comes your way at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Crease Hockey Radio with Kenny McCudden. Heard Sunday evenings at 11 and brought to you by Garden Fresh Market.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, this is a story that you heard exclusively on AM 560 here. And story where we're trying to kind of provide the real-world human implications of public policy decisions, particularly as it pertains to government-directed policy decisions. The story comes to us from Quad Cities. From Brandy McGuire is the mom of Kelsey, and Kelsey is a child who has epilepsy. And Kelsey wanted to bring her service dog, Jasper, to school with her so that in the event she had a seizure, proper aid could be provided. And for some reason, the school district would not allow Kelsey's dog, Jasper, her service dog, Jasper, to attend school with her. This was kind of a bizarre story, an explanation that was never really provided by the school district in any compelling way. Brandy McGuire took her daughter out of public school, put her in private school, and had to engage in litigation against the school district to provide for Kelsey's education, because under IDEA, federal law, if the school district cannot provide education that meets the requirements of a student, of a young person with particular disabilities, then they have to finance it somewhere else where it can be provided. And so Brandy McGuire joins us now with the resolution, to a large extent, of this story. Brandy, thanks so much for being with us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
So did I properly set up what occurred and how this led to a court battle?
Absolutely. You said it perfect.
And so what happened?
You mean the resolution finally?
The resolution finally.
Sure. Well, Tuesday night, the board offered us a settlement in the amount of a little over $95,000.
And that settlement, so that's a settlement offer that was agreed to, and this is going to be entered, and case is going to be resolved?
Exactly. Yep. That settlement will then it will cancel out our ADA federal lawsuit that we have, and then they also agreed to drop the appeal on the IDEA lawsuit as well.
But can your daughter bring her dog Jasper to school with her, or you're staying away from public schools now?
Yeah, no, the school was deemed a hostile environment, so there's no way I could ever send my child back to that school. She will stay in private school, and it should be said, too, that the money, the $95,000, not a penny of that is going to my husband and I. $73,500 is going to our attorneys, and then the rest of it will be put into a trust fund for our daughter, and that will continue her education at Jordan Catholic School through 8th grade. And
the school that she's going to now, is the school district paying for her education there, or are you paying for it?
I've been paying for it this entire time. The IHO ordered that they paid for the 2 years, and they'd never paid for it. They decided to appeal that case instead. So they are ordered to pay me the last 2 years of her education as well. And
on a go-forward basis as well.
Well, going forward, that was in the settlement, was the amount. And then we chose as parents to put that into a trust fund for our daughter to pay for her education.
And just rewinding for a second, Did you ever get any understanding of why the school district wouldn't allow Kelsey to bring her service dog to class?
It was pretty much between a certain teacher who was training service dogs that was in the school district, and they backed her instead of my daughter. She was threatening. I think maybe she was threatening, some union lawsuits there with them, and said she felt uncomfortable in her workplace. Her service dog in training barked at my daughter's service dog, and it was about that. And the principal, ultimately, there was 3 times I was told that Jasper could not come to school.
Wait, so
finally,
she
the last
had her,
time, that was it.
She had her service dog at the school, but you weren't allowed to bring your daughter's service dog?
Well, exactly. And it actually wasn't her service dog. She was training a service dog for someone else.
During school hours?
Yes.
Well, did they say that maybe the students have dog allergies, or that the dog might be a distraction for other students?
Oh, no, not at all. And actually, there's a student at Jordan in Kelsey's class that has dog allergies. They just make sure they're always in separate classrooms. Not a big deal.
And so the teacher had a business where she was training service dogs, but she wouldn't allow your daughter to have her service dog in class. Why?
Correct.
Why?
And she's no longer there.
But why? I don't understand.
That sounds like double dipping, that you're doing 2 jobs
exactly.
at the same time.
Exactly. And also she also trained them from a different organization that I got my service dogs from. I think there's a little animosity towards me for that. I think, she kind of thought the way she did things was the correct way, and the way possibly Jasper was trained was not the way that she trained. So there was, a little. I think that had a lot to do with it too.
Now, it's interesting because, as I understand it, you have other children who are enrolled at that public school in question.
I still do, yes.
Are they being bullied or anything, or treated fairly?
My son still goes there, and, the teachers have all been wonderful at the school. I mean, I've had a lot of teacher support. Even at the decision Tuesday night at the school board meeting, there were several teachers and staff there in support of my family. It's been mostly the administration.
And so there's no antipathy toward the public school. Obviously, you feel like your other children are getting a good education at this public school. It was just a matter of accommodating your daughter's disability so that she could go to that school as well.
Exactly. And, I also want to right now, this entire effort has not been solely for just for my child's benefit. But, we did this also for the next child with a disability, the next person that's being denied their rights, and the next person that was bullied by the government that they financed, which I feel we were.
Now, what you mentioned that the teacher that was training dogs also double dipping. Where is she now, and why did she leave?
No one ever said why she left, but she resigned and she went to Iowa.
There's a lot of reasons why people are leaving Illinois for Iowa. So could be a lot of things. But so this was also, as I understand it, prompted you to get more engaged in public policy and civic, the people's business, as it were. You're running for political office now.
That is correct. I'm going to take this fight to Springfield. I think that we need more representatives in Springfield that are there to speak for the children with disabilities, and I think I'm that person because I've been through this. I see, we followed all the proper channels. We did everything we were supposed to, and the system failed us, and it's not working, and we need to get in there and fix it.
And in terms of, because this became a bit of a high-profile case, not just in the Quad Cities, but throughout the state, have you heard from a lot of parents and families that are similarly situated and had to deal with kind of similar challenges with their school districts?
Oh, yes. I mean, I get families that probably once a week that call me to advocate for them. I've gone in front of other school boards and advocated for other families. I've helped them get their school nurses or whatever they need. I'm actually going tonight to a school board meeting again back at Sherrard to help a family that's having issues there too. So, yeah, there's so many people and there's no one there to stand to them. I reached out to my state representatives and I asked him, I said, hey, I sent him a couple of emails. Could you please help me? I want to write a bill so this never happens again in the state of Illinois. And I didn't get a response. So that's, when you don't get a response from your state representative, then you know what? Maybe somebody needs to be in there that's going to do something.
Yeah, maybe it's time
it's you.
to replace him with you. Yeah,
exactly.
That sounds like an idea.
Exactly.
All right, Brandy McGuire, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the victory, and glad to hear that Kelsey and Jasper are doing so well.
Thank you, and thanks for having me.
And she joined us on our turnkey Dow-Pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Mostly sunny skies today. We did have a chilly start, but things are slowly warming up. 60 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a high of 75 degrees. Then tomorrow, some sunshine giving way to clouds, but it will be a little bit warmer. We're slowly eking our way, folks, to 80 degrees. Let's see if the cars are slow on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Cars aren't getting through 120 in McHenry at all. There's a crash. Belvedere Road at Green Street and Belvedere Road 120 is closed. Northwest side, Diversey is still blocked west of Central after a fire. The Edens is 24 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 36. It's slow out to Old Orchard. Bound Kennedy 35 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 47. The Ike, 40 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 43. The Stevenson, 51 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound 40. The Ryan, 30 minutes now, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State jammed, 95th to the Hinsdale Oasis, Roosevelt to Grand Avenue. Adams Tollway stop and go from the Elgin Toll to 25. There's a crash there in the right lane. Then it's slow Elmhurst Road to Lee. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
What product do you know of that offers a 10-year guarantee, a warranty for a pillow for 10 years? It's almost unheard of, but at MyPillow, that's what they are offering, a 10-year warranty, a 60-day money-back guarantee if you are not satisfied. But I can tell you that once you start using your pillow from MyPillow, you will get your best sleep ever. It helps with neck pain, insomnia, allergies. It conforms to your neck and back so you get the best sleep ever. MyPillow, washable, and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com. Type Amy in the promo code up there on your left-hand side. Or you can call this number, 800-489-0201. Again, that number is 800-489-0201. And be sure to tell them that Amy sent you.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group.
What's the best way to bring people together?
T-shirts!
T-shirts. Custom T-shirts that you design online with custom ink. The fun, easy way to make shirts you'll love for your group or occasion. Custom Ink has created over 50 million shirts for families, teams, reunions, church groups, cheerleaders, companies big and small. So go online and see how easy it is to design your own shirts with Custom Ink's online design lab. Our website has tons of fonts and amazing artwork. And our team of professional inkers will make sure your shirts turn out perfectly. Order one shirt or thousands. On-time delivery is guaranteed, and we'll even ship your order absolutely free.
Start designing your custom ink T-shirts today and see why 99% of our customers say they would order from us again. Visit customink.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Our whole universe was in a hot, dense state.
I love that show. Do you watch Big Bang Theory?
I don't.
Your kids?
No.
Why?
They're too young to watch that.
They
Or
are?
are they?
I don't think so.
10 and 11.
It's pretty family friendly.
We watch Modern Family because we live that on our street.
Modern Family.
That's
They're
how
not
I'd
too young for Modern Family, but they're too young for Big Bang Theory?
I've never watched Big Bang Theory, so I don't know if it's appropriate for him.
Did you watch Blossom when you were growing up?
A little bit, but I didn't like the big flower and the hats. And
Yeah, but you had a crush on Joey Lawrence because he was...
No, I didn't have a crush on him. He was too pretty for me. He's
that's
a pretty boy.
Yeah, I forgot.
like that. Remember I took auto shopping in high school.
I forgot you date professional eaters. Yeah.
Bazinga!
And Edward James Olmos.
So, and Edward James Olmos. Yeah.
He's not a pretty boy.
No, he is not. No one has ever accused Edward James Olmos of being a pretty boy.
Great kisser, yeah.
Gross.
Oh, gross.
That's what Phil Michael Thomas said, though, too. Mayim Bialik blossomed today on a very special blossom.
Yes.
She is Amy Farrah Fowler on Big Bang Theory. I'm a dork, so I watch it. I think it's actually pretty funny.
Is it good?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people watch it. It's their number one show.
It is. Jim Parsons and Sheldon is genius and all that. But Mayim Bialik, she's not just an egghead on the show playing Amy Farrah Fowler. She's also an egghead in real life. Very smart.
She's a neuroscientist.
She has a degree in neuroscience. That's correct. She was accepted to the Ivy League schools, attended UCLA, I think.
Yeah, she did.
But she's also a bit conservative, not just on the show, but also in real life. She is religious. She's Jewish. And she said she believes in privacy and chastity. I think in general, it's never going to be trendy to be observant or religious in Hollywood circles. Oh, you think? There are people I know of faith, and we tend to congregate together. I study Jewish texts weekly. That's something really positive to me. And when you're a person of faith, it stays with you all the time. She goes on to say, being a modest dresser, for me is a certain amount of my religious faith, privacy and chastity. Just because I have a body doesn't mean it needs to be on display.
Good.
A lesson I could learn.
Yes, Dan, please.
My
Tomorrow,
risque
I
dress.
mean, really, you got to stop with this.
Yeah.
It's too much skin.
Too much
I'm
skin.
seeing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
And put some
true.
pants on while you're at it. Come on, Dan.
I can only see from the waist up, so I don't feel the need. Bialik goes on to say, it's important, especially for children and men and my sons, to hear I'm not ashamed of my body. I just don't feel the need to display it with 2 tiny pieces of fabric when I want to go swimming. That's the same thing I do, too. I wear the Curly from the Three Stooges swimsuit with the kind
My
of...
grandpa used to have one of
Yeah,
those. Yeah, that's what
absolutely.
they used to wear in the 20s and 30s.
I wish they would come back and stop.
You know what? I do,
Particularly
too.
with the growing, with America growing like sideways and widthwise. Well,
It's a lot of fabric.
What's the average weight of women these days? We've
I
talked
think
about
164.
166.
Get in my belly! 2 pounds off.
And and guys aren't doing any better. Guys are up north of 180, and
I think 2 bills.
No, that's not. No,
That's not true?
That's not the stats. I mean,
Well, we're taller now than we were, too. So.
yes,
And we're bigger boned.
Women are all 6 foot tall now. It's a race of
Hey!
Amazons walking around the
No.
streets of Chicago that you see.
When I was growing up, there was no tall stores for us. I mean, my mom had to make our pants because we were so tall because people would make fun of us and say, "Oh, when's the flood coming?" And now everybody
I don't
has.
get it.
Now you don't get it.
I get it.
Okay. But now everybody has. If you go to the Gap or anywhere, they have tall sizes. So I do think that Americans are getting taller.
Good. Now they can cover it up.
Bazinga! You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
So often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, things like the economy, education, foreign policy, me and Bialik. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Policy Institute called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. Go sign up. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find information that will inform some of the policy discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we want to broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We want to challenge accepted orthodoxies, and we debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
Now, more than ever, choosing a real estate agent to sell your home is one of the most important decisions you can make.
I'm Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. I know what it takes to sell your home.
The Wall Street Journal ranked Ed at 88th in the entire country for closed listings.
I know that there's no gimmick to selling your home, just a strategic marketing plan and the confidence needed to make your transaction successful.
Chicago Agent Magazine recognized Ed as the #1 rank in Will County.
You can hire anybody to list your house, but you'll need the local market knowledge that I have to sell it.
When Ed saw market trends change, he was ready and promptly received a RE/MAX of Northern Illinois Trendsetter Award.
Sure, it takes awards, but it also takes a lot of effort. So why would you try to sell your home with a we'll sell your house or buy it from you kind of agent? If an agent has to promise to buy your listing, then something's seriously wrong.
Call Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals, 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, remembering Allison and Adam.
Yeah, we'll talk to Gene Morano, news editor at the Roanoke Star-Sentinel at 8:08.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, firefighters injured while battling a 3-alarm blaze in the Old Town neighborhood. Partly sunny and pleasant day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. They still can't believe their friends are gone, but they can believe who did the killing on live TV in Virginia.
In a scary way, when I heard it was him, I wasn't surprised.
Gene Jadhon's an anchor at WDBJ, where they had a moment of silence this morning, exactly 24 hours after the horror viewers watched.
We were told to, if we see him, to call police because it was clear he was angry at the station and the people who worked here.
That former reporter posted video of the murders and wrote he was a powder keg about to go boom. Fox News Radio's John Decker's live where it happened in Monetta.
While a memorial continues to grow at the Roanoke TV station where Allison Parker and Adam Ward worked, local authorities here in southwestern Virginia are still investigating what led up to yesterday morning's deadly shooting broadcast on live TV. Police have determined that the gunman, Vester Flanagan, who used to work at the same Roanoke TV station, purchased the 9mm handgun he used 2 months ago, just 2 days after the Charleston Church massacre. A scholarship fund has now been established by Parker and Ward's co-workers in memory of 2 people who had such a bright future. Dave?
John, a Louisiana police officer murdered, shot with his own gun by his cousin in the small town of Sunset, responding to a stabbing at a home that left a woman dead. The suspect fled to his store. A SWAT team arrested him later. In the Democratic race for president, Hillary Clinton's support is down to 45%. In a new Quinnipiac poll, Vice President Joe Biden gets 18%, and he isn't even running yet. Steve Shale's part of a draft Biden effort.
The phone calls I've gotten, the texts and emails I've gotten from donors, some are who are with Clinton right now, some who are on the sideline, really proved to me there's a lot of energy out there for him if he decides to run.
That same poll has Biden doing better head-to-head against Republicans than Clinton. The economy was a lot stronger in the spring than first thought. The government says GDP grew 3.7%. That's up from the initial 2.3 estimate. And on Wall Street, surging futures suggest another big gain today. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Clouds and sunshine. We have 58 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Chicago Bulls player Derrick Rose trying to clear his name this morning after reports surfaced on TMZ that Rose is being sued by a woman that claims she was drugged and then sexually assaulted by Rose and 2 of his friends. A statement from Rose's spokesperson to the Sports Business Journal says the plaintiff's allegations are completely false and, quote, without any factual basis, end quote. Authorities are investigating what caused a fiery crash in the far northwest suburb of Ingleside that left 3 dead. Lake County sheriffs say that Kia Optima that left the road around 2 a.m. yesterday had a license plate attached to it that did not belong to the car. No identification was found on any of the 3 bodies inside. Former Illinois U.S. Representative Aaron Schock is turning over more than 10,000 financial records to the U.S. government for review. Schock's attorneys argued in court yesterday that charges should be dismissed against their client for not complying with a subpoena. Chicago Board of Education passes a fingers-crossed budget based on borrowing. and the hope the state of Illinois will come through with additional funding. The $5.7 billion spending plan passed Wednesday contains an estimated $19 a year increase for the owner of a home worth about $250,000. Chicago sports, Boston over the White Sox 3-0, while San Francisco took down the Cubs 4-2. The news, a service of Cabela's and Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days going on now. Spend $150 and get $25 in Cabela Bucks, good towards your next purchase. See store for details and don't miss their biggest sale and event of the season going on now at Cabela's. It's 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Chris Honig.
From the Fox Business Network, China's Shanghai Composite ended its slide, closing up more than 5% today. That's helping Wall Street set itself up for early gains. Dow futures are up triple digits. Lower fuel prices have started up a mini airfare war between major carriers. Off-peak flights to a number of cities are selling cheaper as airlines fight to fill planes, but have an easier time maintaining profits. Round-trip flights between Chicago and Boston have been selling as low as $80. New York to Los Angeles for just $150. A federal appeals court will hear arguments today in a case that could have far-reaching effects for the $4 billion contact lens industry. Alcon Laboratories, Johnson & Johnson, and Bausch & Lomb are suing over Utah's ban on minimum prices for contacts, calling it brazen overreach specifically to help 1-800-CONTACTS, which is headquartered in the state. Government officials say it's the manufacturers that are trying to wrongly drive prices higher. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Chris Honig.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And J.D. Power ranked Bayer's portfolio of meters highest in customer satisfaction with blood glucose meters. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Walgreens.
2 little tablets is all it takes to make your thin hair feel and look thicker and fuller, guaranteed. Viviscal is clinically researched to promote existing hair growth for men and women. You'll love your hair growth results, guaranteed. Viviscal is so effective, it's recommended by top doctors. Want to try Viviscal? Every listener that calls now gets a 90-day risk-free supply plus free shipping. Call now, 800-881-6190. 800-881-6190. That's 800-881-6190.
It's 8:06. Let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Chicago Ridge, 107th remains closed between Hagel and Ridgeland after a house fire. The Edens inbound is 22 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 36. The Kennedy 35 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 47. Mount Eisenhower now 48 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 45. Stevenson 51 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound 40 to Ryan. With delay starting at 47th, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound stop and go from 132 to Eau Plaine with a crash on the left shoulder. Northbound slow 95th to the Hinsdale Oasis and Roosevelt to Grand. Eastbound Adams Tollway delays, Beverly to 59 and Elmhurst Road to Lee. The Reagan Tollway slow, very slow, Randall to Wiola. Veterans Memorial, stop and go Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, Roosevelt to St. Charles, and from the Army Trail Toll to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, partly sunny and warmer, high 75. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 59. Tomorrow, some sunshine, giving way to clouds, high 79. A shower late tomorrow night, low 66. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Sunshine, 56 degrees. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MJ Miller, honoring all of your milestone anniversaries. Stop in to see what sparkles at 123 West Main Street in downtown Barrington.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
What happened today was unlike anything so many of us can remember. A murder on live TV, the video almost immediately surfacing online, and then compounded by shocking videos of the incident from the killer himself, posted on social media while he was on the run.
Magnified by technology, this is the latest workplace homicide. Between 1997 and 2010, there were almost 900 committed by a coworker or former coworker. The difference this time is we could see it.
It breaks my heart every time you read about or hear about these kinds of incidents. What we know is that the number of people who die from gun-related incidents around this country dwarfs any deaths that happen through terrorism.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Do you know how many Latinos work for me? Do you know how many Hispanics are working for me? Okay.
A little jumping
They
on the
love me.
trigger there?
They love
Dan
me.
Proft, Amy Jacobson.
Do you know how many
little,
Hispanics work for me?
little
Thousands.
malfunction-
Do you know how many
major
have worked for me
malfunction.
over the years?
So you heard at the top there, President Obama suggesting more deaths by guns than terrorism, particularly in his old neighborhood. So Chicago hasn't seemed to crack the code on that either.
This morning, Democrats are blaming gun laws for the shooting, not the actual shooter.
That's de rigueur for the Dems. We're now joined, though, by Gene Marano. Gene Marano is the news editor at the Roanoke Star-Sentinel. He's also afternoon anchor for WFIR News Radio. Gene, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
No problem, Dan and Amy.
So I understand that you knew the two victims, the reporter and the cameraman, and I just kind of want to get your reflections on the horror that occurred yesterday.
Well, I mean, I didn't know them very well. Allison, I had seen out a few times. Adam, I saw out quite a bit when I'd go to cover an event or a news conference or something. And, the Roanoke media universe is very small. Everybody knows everybody. And it's just, I was down at the where they held the big news conference yesterday early. I did not stay there for the actual conference. Just a lot of very somber people. And I woke up this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning thinking about it. It's unbelievable that something like this could happen at Smith Mountain Lake, where you're doing an innocuous story about Chamber of Commerce, and somebody with an axe to grind, a former colleague, just guns you down. It's just crazy.
Well, before we get to the gunman, let's talk about the two, Allison and Adam. They called them the A-Team. They worked together for about a year. Mm-hmm. And how are people remembering them this morning?
They're really remembering them just for their vitality. Allison was very outgoing. She went to James Madison University, where my daughter's going in the spring. Very outgoing, vivacious, a big outdoors lover, always had a smile on her face. In the morning, she got to do some goofy stories. Adam and her had become a real team. They took lots of selfies together, dressing up and things like that. So they had become a real team. And everybody's just remembering how positive they were and just how outgoing. And they were great ambassadors for the station.
And another colleague that she was engaged to, Chris Hurst,
right.
he took to social media to, express his bewilderment and, preternatural sadness, obviously, saying that she was the most radiant woman that he had ever met. And so obviously the community is, I assume, trying to console Mr. Hurst.
Oh, yes, and Chris is the nighttime anchor, very boyish, and for 2 days now he's been carrying around a scrapbook that Allison had put together with him of pictures of the two of them. They had been together 9 months. They just moved in together. He's been sort of in a daze. He was on national TV late last night and national TV early this morning, just carrying around that book.
Yeah, the shooting was so cold and calculated. I mean, he filmed it. He put it on social media. And 40,000 plus people in your town witnessed it live. Do you think that, this is just so horrifying for them? Is that part of the grieving process here? Because I saw it happen.
Right. I mean, that's the most watched morning program in the market. About 40,000 people on average in the Roanoke Lynchburg MSA watch it every morning. And you get WDBJ7 is really the big gorilla in town as far as ratings, and has a very loyal following, and people got attached to Allison and even to Adam because she put him on camera once in a while. And here they saw, and you hear the shrieks of this girl and this look of innocence in her face, like she just can't believe this is happening to her. And then you hear her anguish as she's expiring. And I think that's what really bothers me, is that she just looks so innocent, and she just could not believe this is happening to her.
Did you know Vester Flanagan at all?
I did not. I did not know Vester Flanagan, known on the air as Bryce Williams. I did not know him at all, no.
Had you heard about him, though, and about his firing?
I did not. That I cannot say. When he was the 11 months that he was with the station, I wasn't out and about all that much at that point. I've been much more involved recently with the WFIR radio, but I did not know him at all.
We're talking to Gene Marano. He's the news editor at Roanoke Star-Sentinel, and as you just mentioned, afternoon anchor at WFIR News Radio in the market. And you mentioned Roanoke and Lynchburg. Lynchburg and this event, this killing yesterday, calls to mind Virginia Tech.
Right.
And kind of, what's just the feeling in the community, and are people thinking of Virginia Tech, or what's the reaction to all of this?
Well, they are. I know I am. I actually, at the time of the Virginia Tech shootings in 2007, worked for WVTF Public Radio, which is owned by Virginia Tech, and I was in there that day as the tolls came in. We were taking calls from all over the world, and this very much had that feel for me yesterday. Even though it was only 3 people, 2 of them dead, as opposed to 30-something. Just the fact that it was so public, Dan, and it was on the air.
Mm-hmm.
And this was a young, aspiring reporter. It definitely, and the commotion in the newsroom. I was on the air in Australia and wherever else, and just that feeling. Yes, very much a Virginia Tech feeling. Virginia Tech is only 35 miles from Roanoke.
And it's funny that you should mention Virginia Tech, because in his suicide page, or the suicide 23-page letter that he faxed to ABC News, he mentioned that he was friends, or he called the Virginia Tech mass killer, Sung Cho, his boy. Do you know if there's any relationship? Did he actually know him, or was that just hyperbole?
As far as I can tell, and as far as people know, no, there's no. I think he just maybe identified with what Cho did, and maybe he figured he'd go out in some sort of blaze of glory, and maybe he figured he'd one up Cho. There really wasn't the social media in 2007 that there is now, and maybe Vester Flanagan figured he'd go out, and one up Cho before he went out. But as far as I know, it was just sort of a psychological kinship.
The murderer described being kind of constantly victimized by racism and I guess homophobia too, if to some extent. Now it certainly wasn't limited during his career to the Roanoke market, because it kind of trailed him. At least his allegations kind of popped up wherever he was. But I mean, describe what kind of community we're talking about. A relatively small community, at least compared to a place like Chicago, and race relations and relations between other people in this era of Black Lives Matter and some of the unrest we've seen. How has that impacted the Roanoke Lynchburg area?
Well, first of all, I can tell you there are plenty of there are many African American reporters and anchors in the market. I do know that I have to tell you. Roanoke at one point was considered the South's most segregated city because African Americans and minorities were sort of densely populated in one quadrant of the city. But as far as on the air and all that, I mean, I've been in the media here for almost 20 years. I just haven't seen where people have a bias against African American reporters or journalists or anchors. I just have not seen it on the air. And, he filed a complaint, which was a discrimination complaint, which the judge tossed out. And Adam had complained about Bryce Williams after they worked one time, according to a tweet from Bryce, and then he claimed that Allison Parker made a racist comment, so maybe he had a particular axe to grind with them.
Yeah, did you think that he shot her because she got him fired?
According to Jeff Marks, the GM and president, that Bryce Williams, Vester Flanagan got fired for a series of incidents where he just made people uncomfortable, and they actually had to have a police escort to take him out of the building. So I don't think it really had to do anything with Allison. I think maybe it was something after he stayed in the market for 2 years without a job, and some people at the station were concerned about that. And so maybe over the last 2 years, they sort of magnified whatever he thinks Allison said to him and blew it out of proportion.
Why? Did you have any idea why he had this on-air nom de plume, Bryce Williams, instead of just using his name, Vester Flanagan? If the name Vester Flanagan, you can't get an anchor job or a reporter job?
Well, I mean, I don't think that's that unusual. Vester Flanagan is sort of an unusual name. He was also a male model early in his career.
Really?
And I don't know if he took the name, very, very early before he got into, he was a male model when he was a lot thinner. And maybe he used that name. And I work with people that have used on-air names. It's not as common as it used to be. I mean, my name is Gene Morano. In previous years, it might have been Gene Smith or something. But, that might have been a name that goes back to his even his modeling days.
Well, what was he doing for the past 2 years? I mean, they showed, police going through the garbage outside his apartment complex looking for any evidence. But how did he support himself, and where was he working, if anywhere?
I don't know anything about that yet. Nothing has come out yet, and they've got a clamp down on his apartment and all that. But I do know that, like I said, that some of the people at the station were a little bit spooked that he was still in the market, given the way he left. Mm-hmm. And it's unusual that he did. Obviously, the guy had some problems, and obviously he was suffering from some sort of depression or something. But apparently he did not try to get, or he did not land another job in journalism after being fired a couple of years ago.
What's planned upcoming in terms of services or any other type of community events to memorialize the two reporters or the two media people that were murdered?
Right. I know they have not announced any public services yet outside WDBJ 7 near the Roanoke Airport. There's been constant vigils, people leaving flowers outside, and people remembering. Jeff Marks, the GM, came out last night and told everybody to smile. He said Allison and Adam would want you to smile, and so people try to put on a game face. But as of now, nothing has been announced as to when Allison and Adam will be buried or where they'll be buried.
All right, he is Gene Morano, news editor at Roanoke Star-Sentinel, also the afternoon anchor at WFIR News Radio in the Market. Thanks so much for joining us, Gene. Good luck with your daughter, James Madison, the Dukes. I love the Colonial Athletic. I almost went to University of Richmond, actually.
Yeah, it's funny. She was going to go to Richmond, and she decided to go to JMU at the last second. So she starts in the spring. Dan and Amy, thank you very much for your time.
And thank you so much. And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today. We'll get warmer as the day progresses. We had a chilly start, 47 this morning in Aurora, going up to a high today of 75 degrees. And tomorrow, some sunshine and high clouds, warmer, a high of 79. Let's see how the inbound Eisenhower is shaping up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy, it's getting heavier now. Stop and go St. Charles to the Tri-State and 17th to Central. There is a stall near Central. The left center lane is blocked, and the travel time just jumped. It is 55 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, about 38 from Manheim. Outbound 45 minutes. Post office to Thorndale. The Edens is 22 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, but outbound 34 with delays out to Old Orchard, Kennedy. 35 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 36. The Stevenson, it just went down 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, just a 2-minute delay, Pulaski to Central. The Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, slow 132 to Eau Plaine with a crash on the left shoulder. Northbound, very slow, 95th to LaGrange Road, from the Stevenson to 31st, and Roosevelt to around North Avenue. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Whoa, this is heavy.
When it comes to fixing things around the house, plumbing can be a real problem. But like any other problem, if you fix the underlying cause, then the problem goes away. If you've got low water pressure in your shower, sink, or washing machine, then the underlying cause is almost always your rusted and corroded pipes. The solution is to repipe your home by replacing those old clogged pipes with new, high-quality copper pipes. I'm Jeff Butler, owner of Repipe Specialists. We've been solving this problem by giving people brand new pipes and great water flow in their house for over 2 decades. In celebration of this 20 years, for a limited time, we're offering something we have never done before, and it's just for our Illinois customers. When you repipe the hot pipes in your house with us, we'll throw in all the cold water pipes and the patching for free. Plus, you still get a lifetime guarantee. So call now, 800-737-4746. That's 800-REPIPING. Get a hot side repipe and then get the cold side and the patching for free. 800-737-4746.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level?
Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-504-3229. That's 1-800-504-3229.
This message is for home intruders, the cowards who break into people's homes to steal their hard-earned property, criminals who shatter lives and rob people of their privacy and security. Listen very carefully. We're the home security experts at LiveWatch, and we're taking you down. Because we're letting everyone try our newest home security system for 1 full year in their home. To take advantage of this amazing offer, call now 1-800-500-9903. LiveWatch has been helping protect homes for years, and we've learned the secrets that intruders like you don't want people to know. Criminals, it's time for you to be afraid, because every person who calls will be protected against cowards like you. To the criminals listening, we're taking you down. To those who want to help protect their homes, call the security experts to try the LiveWatch security system. There are no long-term contracts, and if you're not completely satisfied, you can cancel at any time. Try LiveWatch now by calling 1-800-500-9903. That's 1-800-500-9903.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, politics has entered this. You mentioned before when we were talking to Gene Marano that Hillary Clinton came out. She made this about guns. Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe, a Clinton acolyte, made this about guns. DeRay McKesson is the lead activist for hashtag Black Lives Matter. He initially tweeted, "The man who fatally shot the TV reporter and cameraman was white." Then he quibbled with.
So did I.
Well, but then he stuck to it. Then he quibbled with initial reports that the shooter was a disgruntled ex-employee. Then, after it finally became evident that he couldn't substantiate those claims anymore, he just took the tweet down without apologizing. And this is someone who is wont to say that you do your homework before you hurl accusations. So there's the Black Lives Matter crowd trying to make this a racial thing.
But isn't it a racial thing? Because he targeted them because they were white. Apparently, he was yelling white power while he was shooting them. And I was apparently payback because Allison had filed an HR complaint against him, and so did Adam. And I don't know. Or is this just a different kind of crazy?
Well, there may have been a racial component to it for him. But what I'm suggesting is with the Black Lives Matter, they want to look through everything through the racial prism and make sweeping generalizations from this isolated incident. And this is about the shooter and the victims. And it's not about left-right, and it's not about black-white.
And speaking of the victims, Adam Ward, his fiance, was in the control booth when this happened, and she kept texting him, "Honey, are you okay? How are you? Where are you?" And then it got worse. "Please pick up your phone. Oh, my God, please, what happened?" I mean, it was just a horrible thing to see that live for the 40,000 people, but to see your fiance get killed right in front of you is just, it's unbelievable. And that was her last day at work yesterday because she took a new job. And he was going to go with her. As for Allison Parker, her mother received a text message from the station saying that your daughter had been shot. That's new information this morning. And we're learning more about her because she recorded a bio video for her station last month where, it's kind of cheeky, but you talk about fun facts and things that we didn't know about Allison Parker. Here she is.
Something viewers might not know about me is that I come from a family that absolutely loves the arts. My mom works for Piedmont Arts in Martinsville. My dad was on Broadway back in the day, and I played trumpet and French horn in high school and continue to go and support community theater events throughout our region. I think it's something that's very, very important, and I will always support it.
And she didn't let her French horn falling off the bus stop her from continuing to play like some people I know.
One of her hobbies, whitewater rafting.
My favorite television characters, I like the really deep, darker shows, Walter White on Breaking Bad, amazing. Don Draper in Mad Men is also wonderful, and I'm really excited for the next season of House of Cards because Frank Underwood is just such an interesting character to follow throughout that show.
See, so she liked TV characters that you can wrap your head around, Dan.
Yeah, that's
Walter
true.
White, Don Draper, and Frank Underwood.
Seemed like a lovely young woman. It's obviously terrible what happened to her. So some other people making the point, though. One tweet, I spent a lot of time at the desk of news people, and just a mention of 2 soldiers killed in Afghanistan. That's not right. Also, Peter Nikias, who's a Chicago Tribune crime reporter, made the point yesterday. Today, everyone saw what violence looks like, except the victims are usually a little younger and have darker skin. It's not often on tape, so the reaction isn't so visceral. This is what violence feels like to people see it happen. We can now all say, because we've seen it happen.
Yeah, that's what makes this different, is that we saw it happen.
Well,
and they were in a vulnerable place where they, thought that they were safe, or they expected some, they just didn't expect that to happen there.
I understand, but I think Nikias has an interesting point. While we're contemplating that and what we saw, he also suggests, ponder that feeling you have in the pit of your stomach and the effect it might have on someone half your age who doesn't get to look away, talking about where that kind of violent crime is endemic to a particular neighborhood or particular community. I think it's a legitimate point to raise and an appropriate time to raise it.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Having a great smile to show off makes you feel good. There's no embarrassment associated with being able to flash your pearly whites whenever you want. If you'd like to feel that comfort and confidence with your smile, there's only one person who can help you. Dr. Neruzzi of Fox River Periodontics.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one, I was happy with it, so I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth. And they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. He'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We're finally going to get to it. Ted Cruz and Megyn Kelly last night talking immigration and birthright citizenship. We'll have it at 8:38.
And what's the best way to cheer for your child? We'll explain. But first, let's go back to the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Sunshine, 57 degrees. The lone survivor in the shooting that killed 2 television broadcasters on the air yesterday morning continues to recover. Vicki Gardner, according to WDBJ, is in good condition at a Roanoke, Virginia hospital. It was just yesterday morning that reporter Allison Parker and cameraman Adam Ward were shot and killed during a live interview with Gardner. An apparent suicide note received by ABC News outlined a long list of grievances for Vester Flanagan. The shooter says he was attacked for being a gay black man, but Jeffrey Marks, the general manager of that television station, says Vester Flanagan was fired from the station after working there for about 2 years.
He was sort of looking out for people to say things that he could take offense to.
While the gunman, Flanagan, was fired, Dr. Howard Hall says violence isn't a typical reaction for someone upset at losing a job.
Clearly, he was disturbed in other ways. And you see some jobs where you do see increased violence, but he actually was plotting and went out and tweeted and did things about it. That's not typical. That's just basically cruel, vicious retaliation.
Flanagan went by Bryce Williams on the air during his time in Roanoke, Virginia. Man responsible for the movie theater massacre in Colorado now knows his sentence.
For the conviction of the murder in the first degree of Jonathan Blanc, I sentence the defendant to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole.
And the judge went on for nearly a half an hour sentencing James Holmes to 12 life sentences in Centennial, Colorado. He will spend the rest of his natural life in prison. A Louisiana police officer and a woman are dead following a shooting and stabbing in the small town of Sunset, west of Baton Rouge. Chicago Bulls player Derrick Rose trying to clear his name this morning after a TMZ report that Rose is being sued by a woman who claims she was drugged and sexually assaulted by Rose and two of his friends. A Rose statement says the plaintiff's allegations are completely false. Authorities continue to investigate a fiery car crash in the far northwest suburbs that left 3 dead yesterday. 4 Chicago firefighters are recovering after being hospitalized while battling a 3-alarm blaze yesterday in Old Town that destroyed the offices of the Second City Comedy Troupe. And a bar could be soon on the way to a neighborhood department store in Streeterville. Target Express announcing that their new location in that neighborhood is on track to become the first Target store to serve up alcoholic beverages. Boston over the White Sox 3-zip, San Francisco over the Cubs 4-2. The news service of Cabela's and Cabela's Fall Great Outdoors Days going on now. Spend $150 and get $25 in Cabela's Bucks, good toward your next purchase. See store for details, and don't miss their biggest sale and event of the season going on now at Cabela's. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes we haven't seen the last of Joe Biden.
Joe Biden huddling with Elizabeth Warren at his residence over the weekend unexpectedly. He summoned Elizabeth Chief Pocahontas Warren. I'm telling you, I've been saying it all along. Joe Biden's going to run. Get ready for a Biden-Warren ticket.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
We've been hearing a lot about Uber lately, so we decided to get out there and talk to some actual Uber partners to get our questions answered.
Is signing up to drive with Uber really hard?
Nope, signing up with Uber is super easy.
It was simple and easy.
Okay, but can I drive my own car?
Yes. You get to drive your own car.
But my roommate doesn't even have a car. Can she drive with Uber?
They can help her get a car too.
I wouldn't be able to get a vehicle if it wasn't for Uber. It took me less than 6 hours to get a car.
So you could just sign up and earn money.
Sign up, drive, and you make some money.
You're saying I can just use the smartphone app to make money whenever I want?
Yeah, you just open the app whenever you feel like driving.
All I have to do is turn on my phone, hit the road, and I start making money.
Are the hours good?
I work less hours and I make more money.
I'm my own boss now, so I set my own hours.
Okay, this all sounds pretty great. What do you think I should do?
You need to sign up for Uber.
You can make serious life-changing money when you drive with Uber. Get started today at drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber.com. drivewithuber.com.
When flipping houses, there's one golden rule: cash talks. I'm going to show you how you can easily get $10,000 plus all the cash you'll ever need for free. I'm Andrew Holmes, popular radio show host and founder of Chicago's #1 flipping team. And I've flipped over 600 houses in Chicago right under your nose. And now I'm going to show you how. I'm holding a free seminar right here in the Chicagoland area where I'll give a select few the opportunity to use my funding to flip houses and net up to $40,000 per deal without spending a dime of your own money. You don't need good credit and you don't need any of your own money. If the deal is good, you'll get the funds. The first 100 people to call 844-MONEY40 and register will receive my Blueprint to Real Estate Wealth System for free. All you have to do is find a great deal and pass it on to me, and I'll give you $10,000. Time is running out. Seating is very limited. Call 844-MONEY40. That's 844-MONEY40.
8:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Wooddale, Thorndale is closed at Wooddale Road. A truck has crashed, knocked down some power lines. Expect a traffic jam around there. Perhaps consider Irving Park as an alternate. The Aiden's inbound is looking good. 19 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, but outbound 34 with delays out to Winnetka Road. Inbound Kennedy, 33 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 23 from Montrose, but 31 on the Express. It's slower outbound, looking at a travel time of 36 minutes downtown to the airport. The Eisenhower, the stall near Central in the left center lane. It is now 55 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 39. Stevenson, 41 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ride, 30 minutes, 95 to downtown. Tri-State southbound stop and go 132 to Eau Plaine after a crash. Northbound in pockets 95th to 31st and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Northbound Veterans Memorial very slow from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and the Army Trail toll to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
The news, a service of UPSJobs.com. UPS seeking part-time package handlers in Northbrook and Palatine, offering competitive pay and attractive benefits package with up to $25,000 in educational assistance. UPS actively promotes from within, so apply today at UPSJobs.com/radio. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935. Partly sunny, pleasant, and warmer. High 75. Currently 53 at O'Hare, 61 along the lake, 47 in fog in Aurora. Your next news update is at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, Amy, what about this? Before we get to Cruz and Kelly, which I've been teasing all morning, so we are going to get to Cruz and Kelly.
No, come on. That's just silly talk, Dan.
But what about this? This is in Vox.com, which is left. Many journalists saying that Ramos was out of line. I know there's some calls for Trump to apologize to Ramos. That's obviously not going to happen.
Well, this morning there's a new demand from Univision Presidente.
Yeah.
Presidente de Univision to have an apology.
Right.
So don't hold my breath?
The president of the company, Trump, is suing for $500 million. He's going to apologize. I tend to doubt it, and I also don't think an apology is owed. But there are members of the press who are saying that Ramos was out of line. Journalists saying he was out of line. Yes.
Did you see? I watched that video again, but I watched that video again yesterday. He got manhandled on the way out. He wasn't just escorted out. That guy, big guy, grabbed his arm and pushed him.
Yeah. Okay. Before don't paw me assault.
No me molestas.
Yeah. He was so shaken from the incident that he came back in 10 minutes later. The rules of political journalism are that when a political figure says he isn't taking questions, it's okay to shout whenever, just in case he or she or a staffer gets tempted into answering. But when there's an organized press conference in which the figure is taking questions, especially once one journalist has been called on, other journalists are supposed to respect order. Is that not true, former television reporter Amy Jacobson?
Pick me. No, that's true, but sometimes
Imagine that.
Things get a little harried. And
yeah, especially if somebody doesn't respect the order.
Because Jorge Ramos would have never been chosen. That's why he stood up and he shouted out what he wanted.
Doesn't justify it. Ted Cruz on with Megyn Kelly yesterday. Megyn Kelly wanted to press the issue of birthright citizenship. She wanted to ask him the same question she asked Trump. Ted Cruz had a bit of a different agenda. It got interesting. This is why what you're about to hear. And now, in Megyn Kelly's defense before this, Ted Cruz has previously suggested that birthright citizenship is a matter of is protected under the 14th Amendment. Now he's saying something a little bit different.
Well, wasn't he saying now that we should amend the 14th Amendment?
Well, he's saying we can.
We can.
That may be called for. He's essentially demurring to scholars, legal scholars, of which he is one. So he's kind of trying to move that issue aside and talk about what can be done in the short term. And it's very interesting to hear this exchange because Cruz I describe as the thinking man's Trump, and I think the thinking camp is on here with his exchange with Megyn Kelly. Let's hear it.
What matters is the underlying policy.
I'll ask you the same question that was asked here yesterday of Mr. Trump on Fox News, which is if you had a husband and a wife who are illegal immigrants and they have two children who are here who are American citizens, would you deport all of them? Would you deport the American citizen children?
So, Megyn, what I've said is that we should approach immigration in a staged manner. We should start with focusing on areas of bipartisan agreement. Where is there bipartisan agreement? On two major areas. Number one, that we should do everything possible to secure the border and stop illegal immigration. And number two, to improve and streamline legal immigration. Now, what does it mean to secure the border?
Mr. Trump answered that question explicitly last night on the O'Reilly Factor. Will you do so now?
Well, Megyn, what I'm doing is answering what I think Congress should do. What Congress should do, and I introduced legislation to do exactly this, triple the Border Patrol, Increase fourfold the fixed wing and rotary wing aircraft to monitor the border. Put in place a strong biometric exit entry system, because 40% of illegal immigration doesn't come across the border, it's visa overstays. Put in place a strong E-Verify system. And then this final piece is critical. Actually have the federal government enforce the law.
Did he? I like what he said, and I agree with what he's saying, but he didn't answer the question.
Well, he's answering the question that he wants to answer, which is what his agenda on the issue is. And Cruz is doing something deft there, not just not answering the question, but you have to look at this in a political context. And Megyn Kelly actually provided the context prior to starting the interview with Cruz, which is Cruz is fave among Latino voters, -7. Jeb Bush, +11. That's the high watermark for Republicans. Cruz is only -7, so it's about a 50-50 for Ted Cruz. Trump, -51. So, so Latinos love Trump, Trump loves Latinos. The first half of that doesn't seem to be the case. But Cruz has some upside there. And so he's trying to position himself as adopting a lot of what Trump and others have said, what he has been saying for a while in terms of border security, but not tackling an issue he otherwise doesn't want to tackle. Megyn Kelly tries to not let him wriggle off the hook, and then he pulls a bit of a Trump card.
You know, in the year 2013,
listen, Senator, I understand
the
all
Obama
that,
administration...
and you've outlined your plan, but you're unlike you're dodging my question. What, you don't want to answer that question. He says he would.
But Megyn, I'm not
Donald
playing
Trump says
the game.
They're all gone under his policy. What would a President Cruz do? Do the American citizen children of 2 illegal immigrants who are born here, the children, did they get deported under a President Cruz?
Megyn, I get that that's the question you want to ask. That's also the question every mainstream media liberal journalist wants to ask. They focus exclusively
Is it an unfair question?
on the 12 million people. It is a distraction from how we actually solve the problem. You know, it's also the question Barack Obama wants to focus on.
Why is it so hard? Why don't you just say yes or no?
Because, Megyn, we need to solve the problem. And the way you solve the problem is you focus where there's bipartisan agreement first. Once we've secured the border, once we've actually proven we can do this, once we've stopped the Obama administration's policy of releasing 104,000 violent criminal illegal aliens in 1 year, once we've solved that problem, then we can have a debate, then we can have a conversation.
Well,
Cruz is highly, highly skilled.
Oh, he is. He's the smartest person running for president right now, I think. But
and the best rhetorician, and that was on display there because what he did, what he understands is the idea of having the immigration conversation or anything related to this presidential campaign, some kind of debate about amending the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment, which people understand is the Equal Protection Clause, which was ratified in 1868 largely to provide full citizenship benefits to freed slaves. The idea that we want to have a discussion about that, an esoteric constitutional discussion, or talk about amending it to deal with birthright citizenship, that's not the conversation we want to have as it pertains to immigration reform with an eye towards a general election. And so Cruz wants to move away from that conversation to the kind of more tangible steps that can be taken to address the underlying problem. I thought he did a very nice job. I don't fault Megyn Kelly for pressing him on the issue, but for Cruz to pivot and get back to what he wants to talk about is the signature of a skilled candidate. And, frankly, a skilled policymaker. Scott on the West Side.
Hey, Dan and Amy, how are you doing?
Good.
I too liked his answer. I did feel, however, that when she pressed him the second and I believe third time, that he could have simply put it back on the parents and said that he would deport the parents and allow the parents whatever they wanted to do with the American children. I thought that would have ended her pressing of the issue.
Okay. Thanks for the call, Scott. Jim in St. Joseph, Michigan. Hey, Jim. Jim is gone. Hi, Mike in Wicker Park.
Yeah, I have to say, Dan, have you seen the poll numbers from the Nevada poll where Trump was leading all the other Republicans among Spanish voters? Have you seen that poll?
I have not.
Okay, well, go look at that poll, Dan, before that's the same question he asked Jorge Ramos, if he saw that poll.
Jorge
saw that.
Okay, Mike. I mean, I'm just reporting what was posted on Fox News that led into the conversation Megyn Kelly and Ted Cruz had in terms of survey numbers on the issue. That's all.
No, but Dan, you're a smart guy. You're just you are just reporting the numbers now. You're saying,
well,
Dan,
Mike.
Dan, let me finish. Dan, let me finish.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
Dan, you don't like Trump. That's obvious. Yes. Now you're like Cruz because Cruz seems to be the closest to a Republican as you can find. So now you seem to like Cruz.
Well, I've always liked Cruz.
Oh, you do? You always like Cruz? Okay, well, that's
yeah.
I mean, I like Scott Walker the most, but I've always liked Cruz.
Oh, you would let Scott Walker because he is a good rhino for you, Dan. Dan, you're scared. You're scared of Trump, and you don't realize that Trump is the only guy out there who is saying what we want to hear as conservative Republicans.
I think America should be scared of Trump.
If Mark Levin's daughter and father liked Trump, and you're telling me they're not conservative.
I'm not.
What's wrong?
Mike, thanks for the call, Mike. I'm not excommunicating anyone from the conservative movement or the Republican Party. That's what you're doing. Frank in West Chicago, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I think when politicians like Cruz, and he's not the only one, but when they dodge a direct question repeatedly, they come off as dishonest. You can't trust somebody who you ask them a yes or no, simple, straightforward question, and they start doing their dance and their pivot and their spin. They come off as dishonest, like a used car salesman.
Well, thanks for the call, Frank. The only thing I would say is, there is this idea that that as a candidate, as a leader, you want to drive the conversation you want to have, not the conversation some member of the media, even Megyn Kelly, wants to have, particularly a conversation that is going to inure to the benefit of your opponents. I don't know that that's being dishonest or evasive. I think it's being politically astute. And remember, as we know from Donald Trump, that this is running for president, running for office. It's a marketing campaign. So you want to control your message, and that's all Ted Cruz was doing.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next, what's the best way to cheer your children on? Dan will explain. He's going to give me some parenting advice. But first, here's your forecast. Plenty of sunshine. We're getting up there at 75 degrees for our high today. Tomorrow, more sun than clouds, and it will be warmer, a high near 80 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. And Dan, good morning. Wooddale, Thorndale, blocked off at Wooddale Road. The semi knocked down some power lines there. Inbound Edens is clear, but outbound, stop and go from Montrose to Winnetka Road. It's 34 minutes, Montrose to Lake Cook. Kennedy delays start at Montrose. 33 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, much slower in the express. Outbound 32 minutes from downtown to the airport. The Eisenhower, 52 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, about 38 from Manheim. Outbound 39 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 41 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound clear. The Rhine is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound slow, 132 to Eau Plaine after a crash. Northbound slow pockets from the Stevenson to 31st and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Reagan Tollway still pretty slow from the Fox River to Eola. Veterans Memorial slow out into the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Got a great night's sleep last night, all thanks to MyPillow from MyPillow. It conforms to your neck and back when it gets dirty, ladies. You can throw it in the washer and dryer, and it will be ready to go that very next night. It helps if you do have neck pain, insomnia, allergies, and more. Plus, it's washable, as I just mentioned, and will keep its shape, unlike other pillows, to give you that support where you most need it. That's why it's named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. A 60-day money-back guarantee, a 10-year warranty on that bad boy. So if you don't have one, get one now. Go to MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code, and you'll get 2 pillows for the price of one, plus 50% off all other products. So, yes, do it now or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201, and tell them Amy sent you.
If you're looking for quality, affordable preschool services, consider Christian Liberty Academy in Arlington Heights, Illinois. They offer comprehensive programs for 3-year-olds with flexible scheduling options for parents that include full or half-day alternatives. Each child receives structured activities in a safe and nurturing environment that promotes their academic, social, and spiritual growth. Hands-on projects and art activities are also provided to help youngsters develop their God-given creativity. Preschool students also receive a great deal of individualized instruction in the basics of reading readiness, happiness, and the fundamentals of arithmetic. For more information or to schedule a tour of the Christian Liberty preschool facilities, call 847-385-2081 or visit ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. That's ChristianLibertyAcademy.com. Don't let another week go by before you get serious about finding the proper preschool for your child. The summer is slipping away, and the preschool programs at Christian Liberty are filling up fast. So contact them today and give your child a great foundation for learning and for life. That's ChristianLibertyAcademy.com.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Opportunity Project. 66. That's the percentage of fourth graders in the state of Illinois who neither read nor do math at a fourth grade level. 2/3 of the children among the 2.1 million grammar school students in the state are falling behind before they get to fourth grade. Is this a state spending problem? State spending on K through 12 education has increased by more than 60% in real terms during the past 2 decades. Perhaps it's how the money is spent rather than how much of it is spent. And perhaps it's time to rethink how we do K through 12 education in the 21st century. Things like at what grade level we teach foreign languages, in what order do we teach science, and the length of the school day. This should sound an alarm for those in charge of funding and administering K through 12 education in Illinois to finally force real system change. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That website, upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
So, Amy, I went to see one of your sons, Amy Jr., play basketball.
Yeah. The mini-me,
Yeah.
my twin, the male version of me.
And I noticed that you were yelling out instructions to him during the game.
I was box out. After follow your shot, of course, and then whenever somebody's shooting against you, you box out first and then go for the rebound.
Now, I wanted to check to see if that is appropriate parenting to help you.
My pastor was yelling
men.
as loud as I was.
That's true, she was. So I found this out.
Yes.
Coaches say it's best for parents to set aside emotion and ego, watch the game closely, avoid shouting criticism or instructions from the sideline, and cheer for the whole team.
Oh, please.
Not their own child.
No, I do that. I do cheer for the whole team.
And there's data to back this up. I assume raising children is more art than science, but here's the science. Children and teens are embarrassed when parents yell or single out their own child with loud cheers.
Oh, yeah.
According to a study of kids ages 7 to 14, published in the Research Quarterly for Exercise and Sport, which is a real page-turner.
Yeah. You put a copy on my desk, right?
Yes, that's right.
Or is it in my mailbox?
And so just think about that. And now when you cheer, cheer for the whole team.
I do.
When you boo the team, you also boo the whole team. You say you all suck, not just your kid. Because that's the only way they're going to learn that in life, some people cheer and some people boo. What are you going to do?
Well, when other kids have the ball, and you know how I cheer them on? Give the ball to Russell. Hand the ball to my son. He's got a great field goal percentage, I mean, if you want to win, that's what you got to do. You got to feed the ball to Russell.
Bad parenting.
We'll get some game balls out, later on. I think you understand right now. I tell you, fellas, I've been around a long time. I think we became a team today. We became a team.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
To all commercial and industrial property owners, building managers, and roof consultants in Chicagoland, Waukegan Roofing says thank you. The Waukegan Roofing team knows you have a lot of choices when it comes to choosing a commercial and industrial roofing contractor. Navigating those options can be overwhelming because choosing a roofer you can trust is a big decision. For more than 100 years, Waukegan Roofing has been installing roofs you can rely on all over Chicagoland, and they couldn't have done it without you. It's because of your continued trust and support that they have become one of the oldest, most trusted contractors in the Chicagoland area. And for that, they thank you, Chicago. So if your building has an old roof in need of repair or replacement, or if you need a service and maintenance program to keep your roof performing at its peak level, Waukegan Roofing is ready to put their 100-plus years of experience to work for you. Let them protect you for the next 100 years. Call today at 847-623-1625 or visit WaukeganRoofing.com. Waukegan Roofing, 101 years installing roofs you can rely on. Thank you, Chicago.
I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. If that sounds like you every morning, you are not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men and women. That's right, men have that problem too. It's a problem until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. Susan wrote that she's been using Genucell for a couple of months. The puffiness around her eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and small lines have disappeared and haven't come back. I love your product, she writes. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids. Susan uses it, but I do too, and I love it. And with its instant effects, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Men, call and order it too. The number that you're going to dial is 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. Dan, that number again is 800-525-8323.
I got it.
800-525-8323.
As a doctor of podiatry, I am also a teacher responsible for educating my patients so they're better prepared to make decisions regarding their health. I'm Dr. O.A. Mercado, author of many books, developer of multiple surgical techniques, and the first American to win the International ESCAS Award for Excellence in Podiatry. As the founder of Mercado Foot and Ankle Clinics, our number one priority is delivering quality care.
I'm Dr. Kent Mercado. For more than a half a century, our family has served generations of families with sound and innovative solutions to their foot and ankle needs. We're one of the leading foot and ankle centers in Illinois and have 4 convenient locations to better serve you. Let our family take care of your family. Please call today to set up an appointment.
Call Mercado Foot and Ankle Centers now at 708-383-6800 or visit oamercado.com. That's 708-383-6800 or online at oamercado.com. 708-383-6800.
Thank you so much, as always, for making us a part of your morning, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Let's go back into the newsroom, though. First, here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. A report out on Bulls player Derrick Rose. We'll have details on that. And a DuPage County man pleads guilty to a DUI crash. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
Our world is changing a lot, and it saddens me.
She was at a vigil in Virginia for the 2 journalists murdered on live TV. The station held a moment of silence on air this morning.
They are putting one foot in front of the other. They are grieving, some very openly, some privately, but they are committed to doing the job.
WDBJ General Manager Jeff Marks. Now, he had fired the killer 2 years ago. A reporter known on air as Bryce Williams, who
Father's Day / birthday gift.
You can have it.
Because nothing says.
No, my dad even. Well, I bought him.
Like taking a free thing and giving it to him.
I bought him a nice shirt, and he's like, "I don't need a nice golf shirt," and he sent it back to me, and then he's like, "What I really need is my pillow," but I'm like,
I want to get it monogrammed with my name on it so that he has that, so that he sleeps on it.
He has to lay his head on your name every night and think of you.
Think of me as he slumbers
sleeps.
off.
Do you think that's a sign that he might be getting dementia? Wouldn't you just maybe just give it to Goodwill or put it in one of those clothing bins? He gave it back to me.
Like, try again.
Yeah,
Get it right this time.
Get it right, Amy. Come on. For all I've done for you.
God.
Jeez.
Oh, so weird. All right. What shall we tease?
Do we have anything tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Oh, yeah.
I'm going to lunch with the Rosecrans people. If they go on air, that would be huge. We would get a lot of listeners because I would tweet and Facebook and get on that list of, got an email list of thousands. Oh, is Brett Baer, did you say?
Yeah, we have Brett Baer's
Good.
weekly hit at 7.
I loved how he stood up for me.